Hey, everybody. What's up? Long time see? Not really. Welcome back, folks. Thank you so much for joining me this evening for episode three, part three, however you want to look at it, of my new series, True Stories Behind Hollywood's Interestingly Fun Movies. Thank you guys so much for joining me. It is so great to be back with you once again. Tonight's story, folks, is going to be pretty awesome, guys. I should have put it in the title, but I think I had a video out there to advertise it anyway. Awesome Sunshine. Good to see it. It is from the movie it's based on the movie From Hell with Johnny Depp, which is based on the true story of Jack the Ripper. One of the world's most notorious serial killers ever, folks. Based over in London, England, Whitechapel, London, folks. And I'll tell you what, guys, I have been following this story since I was 10 years old, which was forever ago because I'm ancient. So, and I got a little surprise for you guys tonight, considering it's an unsolved case. This is basically Jack the Ripper is a cold case. But I think I know who done it. How about that one, folks? What is up, Popper, my brother? Good to see you. Mrs. M is in the house. Thank you for joining us. The sweetest lady on the internet, Miss Cece. How are you today, my dear? It's so great to have you here. And once again, Mrs. M, thank you so much for joining me again for the second time today. I think I saw you earlier. Let's see. Sunshine. I got sunshine on a cloudy day. Thank you for rejoining me again, Miss Brandy. My sister, how are you, dear? Thank you so much for being here, as always. One of my lovely, wondrous moderators. Thank you so much for joining me again. Miss Pamela Gribben, over the pond. Thank you for joining us tonight. So great to have you here. Miss Sherry, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Oh, goodness. You think it was H.H. Holmes? Oh, I got a surprise for y'all, and I got facts, folks. Facts. I am wonderful, Miss Cece. Now that you are here with me, you made my whole day, my dear. We got to wait for everybody else to jump on in here. Yes, guys, I have been following this story forever, and I found two people that have been working this case for more than 30 years. As a cold case, of course. Both of them are investigators. One of them actually has a name that is unbelievable to me. Popper, you'll get a kick out of it. One of the investigators' names is Christopher Holmgren. Very renowned, very good at what he does. And this is the true name, folks. The cards fell just the right way for this guy to catch this name. His name is Andy Griffith, folks. No lie. But he's a very good at what he does, investigator, and so on and so forth. So they both have been working this case together for a long time. Christoph has been working this for 30 plus years. It was not, in my opinion, it was not, Pamela. There's been multiple people that have been suspects. 1 second, folks. Welcome, Pink. Colby. What's up? So, multiple people that I'm going to get into that have been accused of this crime for different reasons. Important people, nobodies, all sorts of people have been accused of being Jack the Ripper. And M. Not much. Gotcha. So, where is she? There she is. Gina Sotilli, how are you? So great to have you here tonight, Gina. I look forward to having you in my streams. I know that you can't make the daytime streams, so it's exciting to get to see you in the evening. So exciting. Thank you so much for being here, Gina. I hope you guys enjoy this one tonight. I put a lot of heart into this and a lot of work. And I'm telling you right now, I think you guys are going to be pleasantly surprised when I go into what I have. We're going to look at a couple videos, but I'm going to be reading from notes a lot, guys, and telling you a story, okay? But we're going to look at some visual. Don't worry. Don't worry, kids. Don't worry. Nope. There was no positive DNA. That's the thing, Pamela. That's the problem. That's why this has been a cold case for so long. Interestingly enough. Now, if my interpretations are wrong, I'm telling you right here and now that I'm wrong. So be it. I accept it. And my apologies. But what I have, I've gotten, like I said, these two gentlemen, Mr. Holmgren is very well renowned, very well known, very good at what he does, and has put 30 years in. And when you hear the story, when I explain to you how he came up with what he came up with, you'll feel the same as I do. I truly believe, because it doesn't make any sense in any other direction other than guilty for the person that I have as Jack the Ripper, guys. Okay. And the reason why it was so difficult for people to figure this out in the beginning is because, one, modern science has changed everything, folks. If this person would have been looked at today, that I'm going to give you here later, if he would have been looked at in law enforcement today, he would have been convicted in front of a jury and done. End of story. There's no two ways to look at this. So we will look into all of these facts. I mean, guys, I got to show you. Okay. I have all of this. It's nothing but this, guys. It's like 12 pages, front and back, full. I put some time into this, and I've got notes from before. I got stuff committed to brain, which that's scary, I know. But good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Oh my gosh, the Molly cat has arrived, everybody. Thank you for joining us, Molly dear. Good to have you here. All of my moderators, I'd like to thank you ahead of time for doing the jobs that you do. I have my daytime moderators, and I have my nighttime moderators that I see. Some of you guys I see all the time. Some of you guys I only see at night. But thank you guys all for being who you are, doing what you do, and supporting me the way that you do, guys. I love each and every one of you as my family, and I appreciate everything you guys do. So thank you once again, Miss Heather. Thank you for joining us, my dear. Come on in, folks. Get comfortable. This will take a little bit of time, so find a comfy seat, grab your popcorn, and I am going to tell you a story. But, very sadly, it doesn't have a happy ending, guys. I hate to tell you. As most don't in what we're doing and what we do, guys. But it is what it is. There's only one way to get this stuff out, folks, and that's right here and now, So thank you all for being interested enough to join me for this one, or just wanting to be here, I guess you could say. This has been a passion of mine, as I said, since I was 10 years old. The first time I read this story was a little paperback about this big, and they had condensed it down to nothing pretty much because, it was... I truthfully want to say that the book that because I always read way far ahead. One of these days when my mom's in here, she'll tell you what age I started reading at. It's kind of odd for me to believe, but whatever. So I started, I think it was an a middle school book that I was reading. And I was 10 years old. Okay. And I've told you guys the stories behind the books that I've read, when I started, how young I was reading adult stories, B.C. Andrews, Stephen King. I mean, I have a love for it, folks. You know, Edgar Allan Poe, anything horror, mystery, you can throw it at me and I will eat it up. But this story has mesmerized me since just being a little child. I don't know what it is. And you know, even then at 10 years old, I didn't get the full understanding of what Jack the Ripper stood for, what it was about. And you know what I mean? How serious it was, guys. You know what I mean? So um I'm really hoping that this is as interesting to you guys as it was for me, as it is for me, I should say. And like I said, I feel comfortable in what I have here. If it's not, if it turns out someday to not be true, or they have some kind of concrete proof of something, so be it. So be it. I have no shame. If nothing more, it turns out to be a great story. But I think what I have is concrete, folks. I'm comfortable with it, and I'm so comfortable with it that I want to give it to you. Thank you, Miss Brandy. I do appreciate that, folks. There again. If anybody would like to donate to support me or the channel, Cash App, Venmo, and or PayPal, folks, please feel free. I would gladly accept it at this point, and I greatly appreciate that. Appreciate it, guys. The bills are coming due, as I said. So, come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in. I'd like to get a few more peeps in this. Spread the word, guys. If anybody you think would be interested in joining us, would be glad to have them here. And again, guys, that goes, you know, for everybody. If there's anybody you can think of that, you know, would want to be, you know, from anywhere else, put it out, spread it. I gotta get peeps, guys. Gotta get peeps. One second, folks. All right. I don't think Mama Bear's definitely not going to join me up on the panel tonight. I don't know if we'll see her in chat or not. It gets Mama Bear needs her sleep, as I have always said. So we may or may not see her in chat, but we have the rest of the families here. All you lovely meatballs decided to come on in and jump in the sauce with me for story time tonight, because this story, guys, is a hardcore story, a scary story per se. This has been told time and time again as a scary story to lots of people, folks, and it is. Miss Kim Marin's in the house. Welcome, my dear. What did you have to say here? I don't know what you're talking about tonight, but I'm watching the town at dreaded sundown right now. Oh, so you're a week behind, but that's okay. Tonight, Miss Kim, I am telling you the true story behind the movie From Hell with Johnny Depp, which is based on Jack the Ripper. The true story of Jack the Ripper, not the twisted tale or any of that. It is the true story of Jack the Ripper. Miss April, so great to see you. Thank you for making it. Thank you for joining us. Miss Heather's got pizza for everybody. That's awesome. Thank you, Miss Heather. See, I told you guys, my mods are great. They even bring food. You can't go wrong. And so I got lucky. What I don't understand is how you guys all found me. That's what's killing me. Miss Rebecca's in the house. Hey. It's good to see you, Rebecca. It's been a minute. Thank you for joining me. I'm telling you, April, it was a great movie. And I'm sorry, guys, but there's very few movies with Johnny Depp that I don't like. I mean, I think he's such a balanced, avid actor. He's very good at what he does. And he takes on his roles very seriously. He's very good at what he does. Sleepy Hollow, From Hell, Sweeney Todd. I mean, there's nothing Pirates of the Caribbean, everything he's ever done. Crybaby. Wait, was that Johnny? Yeah, that was Johnny Depp. Heather, no, that one wasn't Johnny Depp. I get it mixed in my head. But every movie he's ever done, guys, He's a great actor. Welcome, Shandy girl. How are you? How are you? Good to see ya. I'm glad you're on today. My time. What time is it there, Shandy girl? 7:30 a.m. or close to? Uh-oh. Maybe an hour off or a couple hours off. Shugala, yes, he was. Pink, that is correct. There's so many movies. This dude has been in everything, guys. And I mean everything. Did I drop something? Excuse me, folks. I'll be right back. You know I always forget something. All right. Shandy girl. Let's see who else we got in here. Holy hell, Dober Dad. What's up? What's up, brother? Good to see ya. Thanks for joining me. Where's Dober Mom at? There she is. I'm back again. Thanks for not breaking out the torches. No. Come on now. Yes, guys. Do me a favor and leave me some DNA on that like button. I would appreciate that, guys. And I am still working on getting my comments set up in here. Somehow I will figure this out. If I have to make some kind of an app my damn self, I will get it worked out, folks. All right. Oh, and not to sound like a fool, folks, but I know I had said something back in the day. I have everything straightened out with YouTube. Not that I'm pushing or I know this is going to come off this way regardless of what I say. I am okay with receiving super chats, stickers, super thanks, whatever you want to call those now that I have everything straightened out with YouTube, and I know that I will be getting things on a regular again. So if you should choose, that's more than welcome, and I'm thankful for that. So and again, for those of you that weren't here earlier, for the members, I am going to be setting up a Discord just for the members as a perk, a member's perk for all of you to be in there. That way you guys will be in there together with me as well. And you'll get early info on different things. We'll talk about different cases, this and that, and whatever else. So that will be set up here relatively soon for all of the members, all the meatballs. You'll have your own pot of sauce to float around in, along with the Dago. Just working on everything, guys, getting it all together slowly but surely. Come on in, folks, and get comfy. Thank you, Miss Heather. Thank you for joining me. I hope you all had a great rest of your day, and I hope you're having a lovely, lovely evening. And again, guys, I will be live again tomorrow. At 11. Give me a half hour either way. Whenever I give you a time, guys, just because sometimes I have difficulties and stuff. But 11 tomorrow, I will be live, and we will be going back into the Nicola Bully story. Checking out more on that case and seeing what we can come up with, guys. in our beautiful think tanks that we always seem to have no problem pulling off. Welcome, PPR. PPR me, ASAP. I know that's corny. I just have to say it every time I say your name. Thank you for joining us. Again, guys, if you're newer in here and you know other people out there, guys, please put the word out. Bring them over, guys. I want to meet them. I want them to meet me. I'm pretty sure if you're here and you know somebody else that and you like me, they're gonna like me as well. So there's Mama Bear. What's up, Mama Bear? Thanks for joining us tonight, my dear. It's great to see you. Lapo loud, chug chug. Gotcha. Gotcha. Again, I hope you guys are all having a great night. And like I said, for those of you that can be here, I will see more of you in the morning at 11 to carry on what we do. I hope you had a great day, Mama Bear. I was a little lonely without you, but I had Dover Mom to keep me company up here today. It was so good to see you in the chat, even though, like I said, guys, that's dedication. She was busy, had things to do, could not be up here, but still stayed in the chat. You can't go wrong with that. I got the greatest people in the world, I'm telling you. You are a happy little meatball. I think just about everybody almost is a member now, guys. I mean, I can't. There's very little not green. It's amazing. Super happy with my meatballs. If they do not like you, I question their good sense. Thank you, April. I appreciate that. Believe me, guys, there's people that don't like me. Ask Brandy. Ask Heather. Ask Popper. Popper really knows the people that don't like me. He chases them away on a regular. Just like Miss Heather, Miss Brandy. They know all my I call them my unfans, my haters. There's just as many of them as there are of you, believe it or not. Hopefully I'll get that number changed here soon, but you know. I think even Mrs. M knows people that don't like me, don't you, Mrs. M? Rebecca, there's lots of people that knows people that don't like me, but that's okay. Because you know what? Even the people that don't like me, the trolls, everybody, they give me views, guys. Imagine that. So I love them all. I love the people that love me, and I love the people that hate me. That's a spicy Latin meatball. Sorry, I read that wrong. Pink, welcome. Good to have you. Good to see you. Very much so. Thank you for taking the time out of your evening to join me. I do, but who cares about them? That's right, Mrs. N. Who cares? Well, I kind of do, like I said, because they give me views. They don't realize when they do the things they do, the views that they give me. So it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. I think I had too much coffee today, you guys. I'm kind of wired. That's okay, though. If they don't like you, it's because you made an impact. That's a good point, Dover Mom. That's a good point. So you're watching The Town That Dreaded Sundown. What do you think so far, Kim? I like it. I think it's a good movie. I like the way it was done. They don't like me either, but it's all good because I don't like them either. That's right, Popper. They don't like us. They don't like us. They don't like us together, especially not me and him together, or separately. But he don't like him either, so that's all that matters. You know what I'm saying? It's super creepy and good. It is, and it tells the story. I think it tells the story like the way it should, you know. And then they added their own little spice to it at the end, but it is what it is. I've said that, haven't I, Miss April? Jealousy is a very strong emotion. I think I told you guys that for a case we were looking at when we first looked at it. I said jealousy. a very, very strong emotion. So I'm going to give you guys, for those of you that, which I doubt there's anybody in here that doesn't know this story, I'm going to give you a little bit of a kickback on it, I guess you could say. A little bit of a story per se on it. Just have to find it for you to see. If I can find it now. I always have problems finding the downloads that I have in here because I have so many of these things. I need to clean this out, by the way. One of you guys, one of my moderators, do me a favor and send me like a message of some sort, or just something, a reminder to clean out my downloads, please. Their jealousy of my pimped out segue. Yeah, that's it too. That is it right there. Pimped out segue and your fully loaded keychain. No lies. No lies. Wow, what a tale we have weaved. Dover Dad is grilling, but he'll be right back. I'm monitoring truffle risotto, but I'm here. Oh my God, you're killing me. Truffle risotto. What is he grilling to go with your risotto, Dover Mom? Sometimes you got to purge. So be it. So be it. Do what you got to do. Yeah. Cherry braised lamb steaks. What in the hell? Good Lord, you guys. You're eating like kings and queens tonight. Good God. That sounds amazing. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely. Yeah, right. When is dinner? I'll give you my address. I'll pay extra for delivery. I'm sure it'll be a little late, but you know, it is what it is. Popper, are you riding dirty on your pimped out Segway? Always. Look at that, guys. I make a comment about trolls that we don't hardly ever get, and here they come. And a Mediterranean salad. That's a normal night. He's Italian. Oh, of course. Yeah. Yeah, you got to have that. It does sound amazing. Oh, I figured that one, Popper, as soon as I saw what it said. Just get rid of it for me, whoever. Either way, no worries. Somebody heard me quacking about trolls and decided to make it look good. So, okay. Where are we at here? I'm going to give you guys a quick little. For those of you guys that don't know, I think I said this once already, but this happened over in London, England, in a district called Whitechapel, over there. Okay. Um, so, where's it at? All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys a look at the area, and then we'll get into everything else. Okay, guys? I think I got enough people in here. Welcome, Miss Lena. Good to see you here. If any guy could pull off a dress, it would be Popper, guys. I'll be honest with you. I absolutely feel that way. So, folks, just so you know, again, the 120 years, folks. So, exactly, legs for days. So there's going to be some differences in what you guys are going to see. Yeah, that's why I'm laughing right now, Brandy, because I just had a mental picture of it myself. I'm sorry. There's going to be some differences in the area that you see, but where this happened, if you guys can put this, and that's what I want you guys to try and do tonight, is I want you guys to try to visualize Whitechapel, London. Okay, when I'm telling you the story, when I'm showing you things, I want you guys to try to visualize this in your minds and ride along with me tonight. Thank you, Miss Heather. I appreciate you so very much. All right, guys, and keep your fingers crossed that everything works correctly this evening as compared to the last time. And if not, anything that happens, I'm apologizing ahead of time for. Pray that it works. And again, as I always say, please let me know about the audio, guys. All right. Again, thank you, Miss Heather, and thank you, Pink. I appreciate that. I agree, Pamela. I've never been there. Good Lord, Oscar, hold on. All right, you're gonna go get some water now, quack dog. Duck dog. I would love to see London now, but then would have been amazing. Now, how far, if I can ask real quick, how far are you from London, the London, England area, Pamela? How far away is that for you from where you're at? I think it would be cool to see the Bobbies walking the beat. Four hours, not bad. Okay. So we're pretty close. Good deal. Interesting. Now they still have beat cops over there as they always have. And to be honest, from what I saw in pictures, the uniforms have not changed that much, guys. Really, they haven't. It's kind of insane. All right, folks, here we go.
The Jack the Ripper murders took place in the East End of London in the autumn of 1888, and since then there has been an awful lot of change in the area. Demolition, slum clearance, bomb damage in the Second World War, and property redevelopment in recent years have seen the area transformed almost beyond recognition. In this video, we're going to take a look at the Jack the Ripper murder sites as they are today,
Awesome,
and as they were
Pamela,
back in 1888.
I'd love to see a picture one day.
It is generally agreed that there were 5 Jack the Ripper murders, so our tour will visit 5 sites. Those sites will be Bucks Row, now Durwood Street, where the first victim, Mary Ann Nichols, was murdered on Friday the 31st of August, 1888.
Now,
Hanbury Street, where the second victim, Annie...
There are some discrepancies with this that I'm going to show you, that it has been almost proven that there were 6 actual victims and more that are not accounted for, that were not, that they believe were not, they couldn't provide proof that he was attached to these murders, guys. But Miss Nichols was actually victim number 2. And I got you with the H.H. Holmes. I got you. I used to believe that too. Not anymore.
Annie Chapman was murdered on Saturday the 8th of September, 1888. Berner Street, which is now called Henrique Street, where the murder of the third victim, Elizabeth Stride, took place in the early hours of the morning of Sunday, the 30th of September, 1888. Mitre Square, on the eastern fringe of the City of London, where Catherine Eddowes, the fourth victim, was murdered, again in the early hours of the morning of Sunday, the 30th of September, 1888, and Dorset Street, where the fifth and final victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was murdered on Friday, the 9th of November,
And that is the most famous.
1888. So let us begin.
Now, one other thing I do want you guys to understand, and this goes into your visual picture, because back in those days, things were way harder than they are right now. Okay. And work was hard to find, to have, and you either had a job or you didn't have a job, and you either lived like you had a job or you didn't. There was a lot of prostitution. And in the year 1888, folks, in Whitechapel, there were over 1,200 and some odd prostitutes in this area, okay, because of that. And there was a lot of what they call bathtub gin that was produced back then, and most everybody drank it. And it was rough, folks. Okay, I'll put it this way. The gin was so strong that they would make it in bathtubs, as I said, and it would take the finish of the bathtub, guys. And people put this in their bodies. So imagine these women were drinking this. Awesome, Pamela. Thank you. These women were drinking this every day, all day. Most of these women, these prostitutes, were alcoholics. Okay. And that's been proven as well, sadly, because of the lives that they had to live. I almost don't blame them. You know what I mean? But this is what they had to do to survive. And like I said, yes, Lena, it is. So imagine over 1,200 prostitutes in the Whitechapel area, guys. I mean, it's insane. Got you, Dobermom. I got you. I understand. So anyway, I'll be in and out, giving you guys little tips and little pieces of info on this.
In our journey around the Jack the Ripper murder sites then and now. We begin our journey on Durwood Street, which in 1888 was known as Bucks Row. It was here that Mary Nichols, the first victim of Jack the Ripper, was murdered in the early hours of the morning of Friday, the 31st of August, 1888. We're heading east along Durwood Street, and as you can see, the Crossrail development has led to an awful lot of disruption in the area. However, one building has survived the march of time and progress, and it's that large brown brick building, the 1876 Board School, which still looms over the murder site, just as it did in the early hours of the morning of August the 31st, 1888. This is that same view as it was in 2016, prior to the commencement of the Crossrail project. And this is how it looked in the 1930s, when it had changed little, if at all, since 1888. If you look to the right, you can see a row of cottages and a solitary window. It was in the gateway beneath that window that the murder of Mary Nichols took place. Continuing east along Durwood Street, the murder site is now located to the left of the new entrance or exit of Whitechapel Station. In April 2021, it is hidden behind the hoarding. This is what the location looks like today, and the murder site is located in the vicinity of the curb and the
What's up, brother Mike? Thanks for joining us. Meatballs. Forget about it. It's a fugazi. No worries, brother. Thanks for being here.
wall to the left of the post. This is the site as it was prior to the commencement of the building of the new entrance or exit of Whitechapel Station. And this view shows the site as it was when the cottages still stood alongside it. We are now heading west along Durwood Street, the direction that Charles Cross was walking in between 3:30 and 3:40 a.m. on the morning of August the 31st, 1888. This photograph, taken in 1929, shows the line of cottages he would have passed as he approached the looming bulk of the board school, which dominated the western end of this first section of Bucks Row. No doubt bleary-eyed in the early morning, he noticed something lying in a gateway beneath the shadow of the board school, and going to inspect it, he discovered the body of Mary Nichols. As you can see from this film, the thoroughfare has changed an awful lot since 1888. Even the name is different. The story goes that by 1892, the residents had become ashamed of the notoriety that the murder had brought to their thoroughfare. They therefore petitioned the local council and had the name changed from Bucks Row to Durwood Street, as it is today. The second Jack the Ripper murder, that of Annie Chapman.
Now, that site is the site of the second murder, okay? And one second, folks. The way that this was put up, give me a moment, guys. Polly Nichols was considered the second victim, truthfully. And here's what happened, okay? As they explained, a gentleman by the name of Charles Cross was on his way to work. That was the route that he took down Bucks Lane, okay? And he came upon the body. But that's the initial story, folks. This is where things get weird and things change. Okay. Not only did Charles Cross come upon this body at 3:45, quote unquote, supposedly. Okay. There's a gentleman by the name of Mr. Robert Paul who had just turned onto the road, walking the direction towards Mr. Charles Cross. Okay. As he was bent over the body of Polly Nichols. And he was basically walking down a road, you see, from one end to the next, and he could see Mr. Cross leaning over the body. As he came upon Mr. Cross explained to him, I don't know what happened. I just came upon her, so on and so forth. It was an interesting scenario, guys. Okay. Now, it's many people that have been accused of being Jack the Ripper. There's many of them. Okay. Let's see. We have there was quite a few back in the late 1800s, early 1900s that were accused. H.H. Holmes being one of them, of course. Francis Trimble T was somebody that was popular in the 90s, being that he was found to have he kept a collection, per se, of female body parts. Montague Druitt was considered in the 60s to be a suspect because this has been investigated over and over and over again. Welcome, Miss Michelle. Good to see you tonight. And they've come up with different people, H.H. Holmes being one of those people. Okay. Because committing suicide in turn or unaliving themselves, they felt for whatever reason that was a suspect at that time. In the 70s, the Duke of Clarence and his own personal surgeon, Sir William Gall, was considered to be suspects in or Jack the Ripper, to cover up the identity of a pregnant mistress that the Duke had. Okay. And then again, let's not do this, that I truly believe is Jack the Ripper. Just so you guys know, there's been multiple pieces of evidence over the years. There was a shawl that was never listed or put into from one of the victims that was never put into evidence as it should have been. Let's see, we had, of course, all the DNA that was ever collected that they tried to use. There were errors, and with every bit of it, so nothing ever worked out. And then, anything else, the diary. There was a diary that was found that was written supposedly by the murderer. Came to be nothing but forgery, folks. So evidence does not exist. So, and it's came to be known that Jack the Ripper himself was just basically a very unremarkable, basic local man that lived in the Whitechapel district. Period. Nobody special at that time. Nobody of any importance. Nobody to look at twice. Nobody that anybody would think was who he was. So in turn, there it was. So there, it was very hard to pick somebody out because, like I said, he was listed as being an unremarkable local man. What's up, big boy? Good to see you. So that being said, as I said, on that day, or that night, that morning, I should say, at 3:45, I just said it. I'm losing my thought process here, guys. I'm sorry. Charles Cross came upon this body as he was walking to work. Mr. Cross started his daily shift. He was a delivery driver, and there was a lot of that, and that was a standard job in Whitechapel District at that time for people to have. And he worked there for more than 20 years doing that. Came upon her body, Miss Nichols' body, at 3:45 a.m., as did Mr. Robert Paul. And as he walked upon Mr. Cross, he claimed he just walked up on her at that same time. When he said that when Robert saw him, he had just got there. Okay. So they both looked at the body, realized that there was a problem, and they walked off looking for a police officer. Okay. Well, very shortly after that, because at that time, the bobbies, they call them, they walk their beats every 30 minutes that would pass in that area, and every 15 minutes. Okay. I don't know what it's like now, but that's how it was at that time in 1888. So there was an officer that went by the name of Officer Neal, or PC Neal. That's what they called these police constables. Okay. So, excuse me. He came upon the body as the other two men had walked off to find another officer. Well, they did, because there was enough of these PCs in the areas constantly walking their beats, watching what's going on overnight. There was a lot of different crimes and stuff that would go on back then. So those two men, Mr. Charles Cross and Mr. Robert Paul, walked off to find the officer. As I said, Constable Neal had walked up upon that body at the exact same time. Meanwhile, they walked over a block or so and they found PC Nizin. Okay. Told him what was going on, brought him back as they come upon it. Then there's, the other constables there, and they did their business, so on and so forth. And this was the luck, folks. Okay. If you think about, once I explain this to you, you'll understand what I'm saying to you. The reason why is because if PC Neal had not walked upon that body, the story would have been different. What do we got here on the mic? I'm sorry. Absolutely, guys. Thank you for joining me tonight. I remember saying this to you before, but last year I had done a ghost tour in St. Louis, and the guide talked a lot on his sus that had jars filled with uteruses that were known in St. Louis. Oh, gotcha, 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 gotcha. I understand. Thank you, sir. But like I said, it was kind of luck that PC Neil walked upon that body, because that is what has made the person that has actually done this able to be labeled as that person, folks. Okay, so they found PC Nizen, brought him back. PC Neil is standing there over the body, looking it over, and so on and so forth. Okay, now here's why this is luck. It was luck that PC Neil walked upon the body when the other two gentlemen were not there, because Officer or PC Nizen would have realized, if not, that somebody was lying. Okay, and that is because then they would have been able to hold this person under scrutiny. Because what happens when these situations is the next day, because everything's closed, everybody's not there at 3:45 in the morning, there is an inquest that they go into to discover what has happened, what is wrong with why this all happened. Okay, so um the next day they had the inquest, which is basically they'll sit. The two men that were with the body when they found it, they asked questions about this, that, what time were you there, what did you see, what do you remember, all that kind of stuff. Okay, and then they're done with that. They move on with their with what's going on with the case. They try to find out different things. Well, remember the name Charles Allen Cross, folks, for a reason. So they move on with the case. Well, meanwhile, oops, sorry here. Here we go. The Robert Paul gentleman says he found the body at 3:45. Remember that time, guys, 3:45. This is important to you, to the story, okay? So, with that being said, moving on. Again, Mr. Robert Paul was walking pretty much in the same route that Mr. Charles Cross was walking. Both men were going to their separate jobs, but they walked pretty much the same route all the time. Okay. And Mr. Cross, if he'd have kept walking, would have ran into Robert Paul as they were, they would have crossed paths at some point. Now, Bucks Row is just it was just a small alley. It didn't lead anywhere other than in and out. Okay, you come in, you go out of it, and then you move on to another road, basically. So there's nothing else there. That what's the matter, Dover Mom? There's a lot more to that uterus story, but I can only type so much. But there was a lot of things that messed. Okay, gotcha. So, now one thing that's important to also remember is when PC Neil walked up to the body. Now, here's the thing: when the two gentlemen, Mr. Cross and Mr. Paul, found the body, there was no blood. In turn, and I'll explain to you why. And this happened a lot with the Jack the Ripper killer. I never did understand that until I learned about different things. What they found was that she had been strangled. They found this out after the inquest and all that stuff. So what happened is if you strangle somebody and then you cut them open, the blood pressure, okay, is not going to be there because the heart has stopped. So it's not going to spray blood everywhere, guys. As when you see a murder that's committed, or an unaliving, sorry, that is committed, and you a lot of times will see that the person that did it has blood spray patterns all over them, because that person's alive when they do the stabbing or whatever it is that causes the person to be cut open, right? Well, if you're already deceased, when you cut into the person, there's no blood pressure to spray it. The blood will leak out, but not anything like it would if that person was still alive. So here's that would be why the person that committed the unaliving would not be covered in blood. So they did find that she had been strangled before she was cut up, which she was cut up to an extent. Okay. When the constable walked up on it, Neil, as the two men walked away, there was just a pool of blood pooling underneath her. It was coming out from her wounds. Okay. In turn. So, where are we at here? Now, again, remember the name Charles Cross, folks, as I said. Now, I told you the next day they had the inquest, they moved on, they did this, they did that. Exactly, Doberman Lividity has not set in. So, as the case progressed, they went back looking for Mr. Charles Cross. He gave them an address. One second. I have the actual address here, folks. Of 22 Dubton Street. Okay. That was the address that was given. Well, when they went there looking for him, they did not find a Charles Cross. Of course, he wasn't home, but the person that was there said that he doesn't live there. Well, this confused police because he was there. One second, everyone. Okay, so as I said, when looking for him, he wasn't there. Okay, and the person that they did speak with said that he doesn't live there. That was confusing to them as things moved along. Well, meanwhile, there's more murders happening. Okay, and at the time that this happened, they were looking for what they thought to be a male between 35 to 40 years old. Okay, now, what happened here is Mr. Charles Cross is also known, and I'm probably not going to say his name right, as Charles Lechmere. Okay. What he did was he used, his mother had Mr. Charles Lechmere, Charles Cross, whatever you want to call him by, was 39 years old at the time of the murders, and obviously he had a broken home as he grew up as a child. His mother was married multiple times. He had multiple stepfathers. Well, what he did was he took on one of his stepfather's last names, who was not his biological father, who did not he did not legally have that name, but he took it on. I guess you could do that kind of thing back then. So and went by Charles Lechmere. I think it's Lechmere. Sorry, guys. I don't think so, but it's okay. It very well could have been changed up, but this is a different story that was based. And they said when I got into this and I got these facts that it was not related to any of the no other suspects, is what I was told. So, but anywho, so Charles Lechmere had taken on the name Charles Cross, which was his stepfather's last name. Okay, Charles Allen Cross, Charles Allen Lechmere, and the police were kind of like, well, their names are close, but it didn't make sense. So I guess they didn't have the thought processes that we have nowadays to look into that like that. So it went on like that for quite a while. Okay. And nobody ever kind of put the two together for whatever reason. Nobody understood that or realized that, like, this could very well be the same person. So be it. And they never saw him. so on and so forth. So again, as a kid, like I said, Mr. Charles Lechmere, his mother was married 3 different times. They moved all over the place, which is going to be important here down in a little while here. I'm going to explain it to you. And which is where we're at over in this area here. Um, and well, maybe it'll match up with my story, Mike. I don't know. We'll see. So, like I said, he moved around a lot as a child. There was no stability, just a broken home, all of these things. His mother was married multiple times, um, multiple stepfathers, blah, 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 blah. Okay. At this time that the murders were going on, Mr. Charles Lechmere was 39 years old, was married, and he had fathered 12 children of his own. Interesting. Um, and he had always lived either with his mother or near his mother, like either in her home or at some point when he got married. He moved down the road from her, literally 5, 6 houses down or whatever, but always stayed very close to his mother. So he obviously had some sort of a mommy issues, I guess we could put it, guys, for lack of better terms, whatever you want to call it, due to the fact that he was always with his mother, regardless of who she was married to, and they were moving a lot, and just, you know what I'm going at, guys. So, that was just a regular thing. Like I said, either lived with her or he lived, very close to her. So, and his mother was very pivotal in his life. I mean, very. One moment, folks. Whatever. Now I'm getting prank calls. Anyway, so moving on. Um, where was I at, guys? I'm sorry. Like I said, his mother was very pivotal in his life. As I said, she was married 3 different times, and was a very, very, if you guys don't understand it, like a very domineering force in his life, a very domineering mother. So in turn, if the picture I'm trying to paint for you is what what I'm saying. She was not just a pushover. Was it Charles the Mama's not creeper? What? Was it Charles the Mama's not creeper extraordinaire? I don't know what that means, hon. I'm sorry. But hold, I'm getting to something to make it more understandable. So, um, now, and I'm trying to like explain this so you guys kind of get a visual picture for the type of life he had as a child. Yeah, he was a mama's boy, basically. Um, Mainly because she forced that. She was very, like I said, she was very dominant, pivotal in his life, and in turn, that's what he knew, that's what he wanted, that's what he stuck with, that's what he was comfortable with. Whether it was because of what she wanted or at this point what it was, but it's okay, Deborah Mom. So I don't know, guys. Anyway, moving on. So, now something happened in Charles Lehman's life, Lehmer's life. I can never pronounce this. Lechman's, whatever. 2 months before. Now we all know, being in true crime, that there are triggers that cause sometimes serial killers to do what they do. Whatever. Okay. Now, knowing what I've just explained to you about his childhood and growing up and stuff like that, remember, mucking it up. There you go. I'm tracking this down to make this sound proper. Oh, okay. No problem, Mike. So 2 months before the murder started in 1888, I guess at that point, Charles had been living with his mother, with his oldest daughter. Okay. I'm guessing, from what I understand, him and his wife were no longer together. There's one thing. And he moved out of his mother's home without his eldest daughter. He left her there and moved away. Okay. And this was 2 months before the murder started. So that being said, um, and what I'm going to guess is that the way it was explained was that there may have been some sort of family trauma that provoked him to move away or caused him to move away, if you know what I'm saying. Something happened per se, and that, in my opinion, would be a trigger for somebody, okay, in your mind to kick something off for that. So, and that's the one thing I never did. As much as I looked for it, I never could find what exactly happened in this man's life at that point that caused him to move away from his daughter and his mother that could have triggered this, guys. Okay. So it is what it is. Now, keeping that in mind, after he moved, of course he had, and there was no driving around or whatever back then. Everybody walked everywhere, because there wasn't money for that kind of stuff for most of these people. After he moved, he had a new route to walk to get to work. And again, Mr. Lechmere worked for 20 years at the Broad Street station as a delivery driver, okay, which was horse and buggy type shit back then. Excuse me, 20 years, and he walked the same route for 20 years. Thank you so much, Miss Heather. I do appreciate that. Anybody that would like to donate to support me or the channel, very much appreciated. There's your links, guys. So now this is where things are going to change up, and a lot of people don't have this piece of information for whatever reason. I don't know, but I got it. It was a 40-minute walk for him to walk from where he lived at after he moved out of his mother's place and that was out of the two shortest routes he had. He broke it down and made it 40 minutes. So if he had to be on shift to start his job at 4 a.m., he had to leave at the very least by 3:20 a.m. Okay. Most people, I would venture to say, would leave earlier than that because people like to be at work early to get set up. So whatever. Not saying that that's what happened, but I'm just saying, that's how I feel it would have been. So we're going to venture to say that Mr. Lechmere, Layman, whatever it is, walked his route and was out walking at, we'll just say anywhere from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. to get where he had to be. Okay. So keep that in mind that 3:20, he left his home at the very late or earlier. And the second body, this Polly Nichols, the second victim, was found at 3:45, according to what what was said by the other gentlemen that showed up at the same time as Mr. Charles Cross, per se. Now, moving on. Keep these things in your mind, guys. The actual first murder, folks, was a lady by the name of Martha Tabram. That happened on August 7th of 1888. Okay. She was found in a stairwell just yards from, it was called Old Montague Street. And it was on the most direct route that Charles took to walk to work every day. Now, when the coroner showed up on scene for this one, this was the first one, guys. Okay. The time of death was listed between 2:30 and 3:30 a.m. on Martha. Okay. When they found her, she had 39 stab wounds to her upper body. End of story. So, and again, understand, this person knew what he was doing, in turn strangled these victims beforehand so they wouldn't spray all over the place. Okay. And then the knifing, I think, was something that was a psychological thing that he did after the fact. 39, folks. 39. You understand? 39 times. It's insanity. So, now, where are we at here? Moving on. Okay. Now that was the first one. The second one again was Miss Polly Nichols, and that was found old. Where were we at here? On the, let me find it again one more time. I just had Old Montague Street. Okay, which I believe that street's name has changed. I'm pretty sure that name has changed now. So anyway, moving on. The third victim, and this is what I'm going to get back to this to show you. I wanted you guys to be caught up. I'm going to stop using earbuds. I'm sorry if I did something to scare you. Was the murder of Annie Chapman. Okay, that is the one that was found on Hanbury Street. And from here, I'm going to give you some more visual on this video real quick, and then I'll get back into it. But keep all that stuff in mind.
Took place on the morning of Saturday, the 8th of September, 1888, in Hanbury Street in Spitalfields. This is the view looking east along Hanbury Street as it is today. And this is that same view as it was in 1918, when it had changed very little, if at all, since 1888. In 1970, the Truman Brewery demolished the houses that lined its north side, that is the left side as you are looking at it, and amongst the properties to go was number 29, the scene of the murder of Annie Chapman. That modern light brown brick building now stands on the site of the houses, and number 29 was situated more or less where you see that line of trees on the left. This image shows the same view when the houses were still standing, and the red arrow points at number 29. We are now proceeding east along Hanbury Street. Many of the buildings on the right side, the south side, are still more or less as they were in 1888. Number 29 was located here, and in recent years, the number has been painted onto the glass of the building that now occupies the site. This image shows the line of houses that stood on the site, including number 29. The properties had been built in the 18th century as family homes. But by the 1880s, many of the rooms within the houses were let out to tenants, mostly families, and it was not unusual for an entire family to occupy one single room within a property. It gives you some idea of just how densely populated the houses in the neighbourhood were when you consider that 29 Hanbury Street was home to 17 people. This is a close-up of the front of the building, and the doorway on the left in 1888 was the front door into the property. It was outside this door at 5:30 on the morning of the 8th of September 1888 that Mrs. Elizabeth Long saw Annie Chapman talking with a man. 30 minutes later, at 6 o'clock that morning, John Davis, an elderly resident of the house who lived on the very top floor, came down the stairs and went out into the backyard. Immediately he saw a sight that sent him staggering back in horror. There on the ground, between the steps and the fence, lay the horrifically mutilated body of Annie Chapman. This photograph shows the back of the house and is looking down on the yard where the body was discovered to the right of the steps. And this photograph shows the murder site itself prior to the house being demolished by the Truman Brewery in 1970. Today, that same site is a car park, and expensive cars now park on and around the spot where Annie Chapman met her untimely end trying to raise the fourpence that would have paid for her bed for the night. Hanbury Street, however, is unique in one respect, for it is the only one of the streets in which one of the murders occurred that still bears the same name that it bore in 1888.
All right, guys. Sorry. Now that one, as I said, was ouch, the third victim. Okay. Now the fourth and the fifth victims, folks, were they happened the same night. Okay. And Jack the Ripper, per se, at this point, this was all in one specific path and one specific route that he had followed, which again was the same exact route. All of this that you see right here that was walked every night for 20 years. When Mr. Charles Lechmere, I don't know what the hell my problem is. Anyway, would walk to work every day, Monday through Saturday, and be there at 4 a.m. every night, every morning. Anyway, to start his shift. So now what happened here was he basically changed his geographical comfort zone for whatever reason, which I think I'm going to explain to you here in a minute, and moved a little south from where he was doing, making these murders happen. Okay. Which kind of threw everything off because typical serial killer has an MO that they use, in this scenario, he used the same area and would walk this route and they would find dead prostitutes, so on and so forth. What I like to give their names because they're people too. And what happened with the fourth and fifth is it was called a double event. Okay. That's what they called it back then. I don't know if they still do or not, but anyway. And with that double event, as I said, it moved further south geographically. But, and this happened as of September 30th, 1888, and it was a Saturday night, which was the night that Mr. Charles, I'll just say the night that Charles was his night off. Okay. And obviously he had a routine that he stuck by, and obviously he had to continue doing what he was doing. So, what they were guessing may have happened is because these two victims were found right in the area that his mother and daughter live in, the area that he grew up in, all these houses in that area that they stayed in the East End of London. Okay. This is where these two victims were found. Let's see here. Miss, I cannot pronounce her last name correctly, but her name, number 5, was Miss Catherine Eddowes, I believe. Okay. And like I said, was found within feet of where his mother lives. Okay. So what they're guessing is that he went and had a visit with his mother and his daughter, and either it went bad and he was triggered again, or he just, it was convenient for him to be there and see what he saw, and it was what it was. You know what I mean? So, now what happened with Catherine was a little different. As I said, it was where'd it go? Okay, yeah, she was killed in the midst of the many, many houses that he grew up in, right in the middle of it, basically, guys. On, I believe it was Dorset Street. So what happened with her was basically is her throat, Eddowes. Thank you, Doberman. Basically, her throat was cut, but it was not finished. Okay. He was interrupted for some reason or not. Somebody came upon him or heard something, and he didn't get to finish what he was going to do, because typically he would do a lot of cutting, not to be gross or anything like that, but he liked to do a lot of cutting on what he did, which is hence the reason the Ripper. Okay, so he moved along. 40 minutes later, it took him 40 minutes to find another victim to get what he needed out of what he didn't get to finish, obviously, and he found um, Miss Mary Kelly. Okay, and this is the one that was the most infamous that they found. And reason being, and I'm going to show you the rest of this stuff here, guys, video wise. I want you to see it. But um, Miss Mary Kelly, which was November 9th, 1888. Okay, and she was found, or they believe that her time of death was anywhere between 3 and 4 a.m. Um, and this one, guys, was a little different. He had moved along, and what I think happened, again, this was a prostitute. I believe when he found Miss Kelly, that she approached him as a John, and he went along with it, and they went inside, because this happened inside, not outside. It was inside a lodging house, which she probably had a room, and said, come on in, and this is what we're going to do, so on and so forth. And again, this was in, I think this one was back in his normal territory. He had moved back, walked back into where he's used to doing this. Found Miss Kelly, confronted her, and but the difference is, though, Dover Mom, at that point, they had no choice to do what they did. You know what I'm saying? So maybe she thought she was safer doing what she did inside her home, but it turned out to be her demise. So, and now this one, guys, they did break this one down to be a little closer to being around 3 a.m. Okay. Again, all of these women were strangled first, and then the cutting began. As I said, this woman was dismembered horrendously. There were chunks of her body taken apart, taken out, and just this was the worst of all of the unalivings that he did, and he did way more on this one. The one woman, if I can remember, I forgot to tell you guys. Trying to find her name. Miss Chapman. Okay, she was cut open from her crotch to here, and all of her internal organs were taken out and hung over her shoulder, folks. That's how she was found. I forgot to bring that out, and I'm sorry, trigger warning for anybody that may be grossed out by that, but that's how they found her. So each time he did this, folks, he got a little bit more progressive, a little bit worse, a little bit more. And then with Miss Kelly here, it was the worst. Okay. You know what I mean? And it took, this one was different because at this point it took, they were saying hours for him to do this, not minutes. Okay. And I'm guessing that it was because he got angry because he was either interrupted with the fourth victim, and decided to take out all of that angst on this next woman. And I have to say that in a sense, I'm grateful that the women were strangled before he did what he did, because the disgusting things that he did. I mean, and I'm trying not to be, that's why I'm not saying certain things, but he did, I know you guys have all heard, and there's a lot of ladies in here, and I feel bad doing this, but I know you guys can handle certain things. I know you've all heard that some serial killers and killers alone use their knives as a phallus in a sense, and I believe that's what this gentleman did. Okay. Well, he's not a gentleman, but I believe what this guy did. But this one, and there was a lot of these women whose genital areas were paid special attention to, per se, to give you a break on a visual. Okay. So, and let me see here. Now, the problem with this that I have, now, what the law enforcement officials had issues with back then. What's up, David? Good to see you. It was how they could never catch this person. how they could never see anybody in the area walking away covered in blood, folks, because the things that he would do, he should have been covered in blood like a butcher. You know what I mean? And I agree with that 100%. And I've already explained to you how the whole blood pressure thing worked based on the strangling thing and all that other stuff. But let me ask you guys, how do you think somebody that does something like this that should be covered in blood could walk away from this? And if you guys are looking at it or reading about it, don't cheat and tell me. But how do you think somebody like that could walk away without being seen? Because understand that there were bobbies walking around every 15 to 30 minutes, walking the beats all the time. So they would see something, you would think. But they never did. And there was never any type, like I said, any DNA or anything that was ever left or anything, which we know DNA was not something they could do with anything with back then. But so let's just welcome, Jules. Thanks for joining me. So let's just ask that question. It's okay. Absolutely. Bubble bath always takes priority. Let me move this along a little bit further to get up to where we were.
And so we come to the third Jack the Ripper murder, that of Elizabeth Stride, which took place in the early...
Now, don't get confused, you guys. I don't want you to, because I've explained that these numbers are off. There were 6, not 5. Okay, and they don't have the one listed for whatever, maybe because it was so long ago. But I did get that info. So
early hours of the morning of the 30th of September, 1888, in what is now Hanbury Street. Although in 1888 the thoroughfare was known as Berners Street.
You're close, Mike. You're very close, but not
quite. Only
has
the name changed, but the street itself has been completely transformed from what it looked like in 1888, when it was lined mostly by 2-story houses. But as we head south along it, somebody has stenciled her name onto the wall in commemoration of the fact that a murder took place in this nondescript thoroughfare. Several people would later say that they had seen Elizabeth Stride in Berners Street in the hours leading up to her murder. To the right of where that block of flats with the blue and white balconies now stands was the continuation of Berners Street. This is that same view as it was in 1888. In this section of the street stood number 64, the home of William Marshall, a labourer who was standing outside his door at 11:45 p.m. on the night of the 29th of September when he noticed a man and a woman standing in the street.
I'm sorry, guys. I gave you wrong information. Elizabeth Stride was the one that I skipped over her accidentally. My apologies. She was the other half of the double event, okay? Not Mary Kelly. I looked at my notes the wrong way, so my apologies straight out of the gate. I'm sorry. So Elizabeth Stride was the other one, okay, that was here. I got ahead of myself. The night that he performed the double event, as I said, where he was interrupted with the first one and he was unsatisfied, moved along 40 minutes later and found this lady. So my apologies, folks.
The couple were kissing and cuddling in the vicinity of where the lamppost stands in this photograph. Marshall later stated that he was surprised by what he saw, as the man didn't seem the type to be carrying on with the woman in the way that he was. Later, when shown Elizabeth Stride's body in the mortuary, he said that he was certain that this was the woman that he had seen. As he watched, William Marshall heard the man say to the woman, "You would say anything but your prayers." And the two walked off north along Berners Street in the direction of where Elizabeth Stride's body would be found, just over an hour later. At 12:45 on the morning of Sunday, the 30th of September, 1888, a man named Israel Schwartz was walking along this section of Berners Street when he noticed a woman standing in the gateway to Dutfield's yard, which stood in this vicinity. He saw a man approach the woman and try and pull her into the street. The woman resisted, whereupon the man threw her to the ground and began to attack her. Schwartz believed he was witnessing a domestic argument and didn't want to get involved, so he crossed over the road to avoid the couple and continued on his way along Berners Street. It is highly possible, if not probable, that Israel Schwartz actually witnessed the early stages of the murder of Elizabeth Stride. This is the junction.
Well, I'm getting to these things, folks. Don't worry.
Fairclough Street and Berners Street now stands on the site. In this photograph, you can see a 3-story building. That was the International Working Men's Educational Club.
Right here.
And
folks.
the steward of that club was a man named Louis Diemschutz, who on the 29th of September had spent the day hawking cheap jewellery down at Crystal Palace. He came back to the club at 1 o'clock on the morning of the 30th of September and turned his pony and costermonger's barrow into that yard. As he did so, the pony suddenly shied and pulled left. Something at this. Diemschutz looked into the darkness of the yard and saw something lying on the ground. He reached out and tried to lift it with his whip, but couldn't, so he jumped down and struck a match to get a better view. The match was extinguished almost immediately, but in the brief seconds' flickering light, he saw it was the body of a woman. He had discovered Jack the Ripper's third victim, Elizabeth Stride.
Fourth. Now, that's where I screwed up, guys. Elizabeth Stride was the fourth. The lady, I must not have been able to see what I had wrote. Miss Catherine Eddowes was the second part of the double event that evening, and that's where we're going with. So my apologies once again. That was my dog barking or hacking Popper. Sorry. It happens, bro. You have to be here and hear it happen on a regular. Everybody's used to it now, including me, so I don't even hear it anymore. Sorry.
The body of the fourth victim of Jack the Ripper, Catherine Eddowes, was found in Mitre Square on the eastern fringe of the City of London, 45 minutes after Louis Diemschutz had discovered the body of Elizabeth Stride.
Now, as I said, he was interrupted by this gentleman, like he just explained to you, and took off, okay, which is why he left. And because of him being interrupted, he was not satisfied with what he was doing that night, so he went to find another and headed back into his initial territory, going home, and got to Mitre Square here and encountered Miss Catherine Eddowes. And this is where this comes into play, guys. So my apologies. One moment, everybody. So again, sorry about that, folks. Let me finish. Let this roll through.
Over in Berners Street. Mitre Square has undergone several redevelopments since the murder took place here on the 30th of September, 1888. The most recent transformation being between 2016 and 2018. The murder actually took place in the square's southwest corner, and this is what the site looks like today. This is what the corner looked like prior to the recent redevelopment, when a flower bed stood close to the site of the murder, making an unintentional memorial to Catherine Eddowes. This photograph shows the corner in 1925, when it had changed very little, if at all, since the morning of the murder.
Now, this in 1888 is basically, from what I had, what I read before, this is pretty much exactly what it looked like the morning of this when it happened. Okay, and as you see, it's wide open, and there's people that were living all through here, folks. Nobody saw or heard anything, according to facts, I guess you could say. So moving on.
And this newspaper image from 1888 shows the site as it was at the time of the murder. It was at 1:45 on the morning of the 30th of September, 1888, that Police Constable Edward Watkins found the body of Catherine Eddowes lying in the darkest corner of Mitre Square, the southwest corner. For a long time afterwards, this corner was known as Ripper's Corner or Murder Corner. The square has changed completely since that morning, and all that really survives of it is the approximate shape. However, thanks to various people who photographed it in the 20th century, it is possible for us to glean an impression of what it looked like at the time. To the right of Ripper's Corner was the entrance through which Police Constable Watkins entered the square. To the right you can see Kearley and Tong's warehouse, which dominated the north side of Mitre Square. As we move round to the square's northeast corner, you can see the N, the G and the E of Kearley and Tong's name, and beneath that to the right you can see an archway. That was probably the exit via which Jack the Ripper fled Mitre Square, having committed the murder of Catherine Eddowes. And finally, moving round to the square's eastern side, you can see the entrance via which Catherine probably entered Mitre Square with her murderer. Mitre Square has changed a lot since 1888, and although it is now a much pleasanter spot than it used to be, it has certainly lost a great deal of the atmosphere that it once possessed. Indeed, it's also lost its name, for there is no sign now to say that it is called Mitre Square. It is, however, unique amongst the murder sites in that, following the recent redevelopment, the City of London placed an information board on the wall, part of which gives details of the murder of Catherine Eddowes.
That way you guys can, I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me blow that up for you a little bit here just for a second so it can be read. And it just says, in the early hours of 30 September 1888, the body of Catherine Eddowes, a victim of the notorious Whitechapel murders, more commonly known as Jack the Ripper, was discovered in Mitre Square. In the summer of 1888, Eddowes had been casually employed hop picking in Kent, back in London. On the night before her death, she is recorded as staying in a workhouse. The following day, she was arrested for drunkenness. As I had explained to you all, these women were all alcoholic prostitutes, sadly. In Adgate High Street, giving her name as nothing. Within an hour of her release, she was found murdered. Sadly, and these women all lived very sad and horrifying lives, and to have to meet the end that they did made this so much more sad, guys.
Thus, she's the only one of the victims who has any kind of official recognition close to the spot where her murder took place.
And the drawings that you see are pretty accurately, that's kind of how photos were taken, because back then, all the way up into the 20s, folks, you had to have money to have pictures taken. I mean, it was a sign of being wealthy if you could afford to have pictures taken of yourself. It cost a lot of money, I guess. I never realized that until I got into these stories, but yeah. So everything were sketches or drawings of people. That's how they recorded what people looked like, It's kind of crazy to think about it. Right, David. David is correct. Whitechapel was not a nice place at all. It was Skid Row district type scenario. Not like I said, guys, 1,200 prostitutes recorded as being in that vicinity in 1888. 1,200, not 12 or 120, is 1,200, folks. It's a lot of prostitutes, and they were all, as I said, alcoholic ones. So, that being said, now we move on to Mary Kelly, which was the one that was the worst. I'll just put it that way. I'm sorry, folks. And this was on Dorset Street, yes.
The other murder sites may have seen an awful lot of change and redevelopment, but Dorset Street has fared worst of all,
and that's what it was.
For it no longer exists in any shape or form.
As I said in the beginning, folks, and as I explained to you with Mr. Lehman, you either were a delivery driver, worked as a butcher, a baker, a seamstress, or you know what I mean, or you did what these ladies did, and everybody, because of their lives, they all drank to wash it away. And the stuff, like I said, that they drank, this bathtub gin, as they called it, was so strong that it ate the finish off the bathtub, folks. That's like drinking gasoline, in my opinion. I'm just saying. So, um, that's exactly what it was, Mike. They were forcefully driven into these lifestyles because there was no other way for them to survive, and they had to have, they had to go to these places, the sleeping rooms, lodging rooms, as you want to call it, to and the way it was described is that they had to pay so much. Like, they could go in and say, "Hey, can I stay for the night?" The people that kept these rooms and these beds, they made them pay that ahead of time. You couldn't just walk in there because a lot of these women owed money to these people for giving them, free rooms for certain amounts of time, and they would never pay. So at this point, it had turned to where, money first, or you don't stay, you're out on the street. So they would go work to make their money, and then they'd come back and get their room for the night, and it was no big deal. So, mind you, they paid top dollar for these rooms, and they were forced to sleep on horsehair beds that were infested with scabies and bugs, and it was just not a good place to sleep. But this is what they had to have, folks, because of where they were. As David had said, Whitechapel was the Skid Row of London, folks. Very, very sad, to be honest with you. All right, so now we're going to move on to the final. This is Miss Mary Kelly. Like I said, this one was pretty serious.
Its site now being occupied by a modern office block. The black car is driving across the approximate location of where the entrance into Dorset Street once stood. This map shows Dorset Street in relation to its neighbouring thoroughfares when it was sandwiched between White's Road to the left and what by 1888 had become Brushfield Street to the right. This is the view looking north along Commercial Street as it is today. The site of the entrance into Dorset Street is to the left. Opposite you can see Christ Church, Spitalfields, and beyond that you can see a light-coloured building on a corner. That is the 10 Bells pub, still going strong in 2021. Opposite the 10 Bells is a red brick building. That is Spitalfields Market, also still going strong today. This is that same stretch of road as it was around the time of the murder of Mary Kelly in 1888. You can see the 10 Bells pub to the right. Opposite is the arch of Spitalfields Market. And in the foreground to the left, you can see another pub. That was the Britannia, and that stood at the junction of Commercial Street and Dorset Street.
How busy it was back then, guys.
Change for Dorset Street was begun in 1904, when its name was changed to Duval Street. In 1928, the entire north side of the street was demolished, albeit the south side remained until the mid-1960s, when that too was demolished and replaced by a car park. The approximate line of what had been Dorset Street then became a service road squeezing between the car park and the industrial units to the right. This is the Commercial Street side of the site, seen from the opposite side of the road outside Christ Church, Spitalfields, as it appeared until 2015. Even though it was perhaps not the most attractive of sites, it did have a certain feel to it. And the fact that the service road, which ran to the right of the Whites Road car park, followed the approximate line of the site of Dorset Street, did lend it a certain chilling atmosphere. But then, in 2015, the whole-scale demolition of the site began, and now not even the nondescript service road remains to provide us with echoes of the memory of Dorset Street.
Exactly.
We've now moved to the inner courtyard of the office block, which now stands on the site of Dorset Street, and this is the view looking east towards Commercial Street along the line of what would have been Dorset Street as it is today. This is that same view shown in the upper story of Metro car park. And this is the same view from the level of the service road. This photograph is looking east towards Commercial Street, and it's short where Mary Kelly rented a room from local shopkeeper John McCarthy. The site of Miller's Court is now occupied by the modern development, and it stands within the vicinity of the inner courtyard. In the days of the service road, the location of the brick arch that led into Miller's Court was situated to the left of the curve of the Whites Row car park. And the gap between the curbstones beneath the red and white traffic cone marks the approximate site of number 13 Miller's Court, the room in which Mary Kelly, the last victim of Jack the Ripper, was murdered. And so we come to the end of our journey around the Jack the Ripper murder sites then and now. I hope you've enjoyed the tour and that you have found it informative, and that it has given you some idea of the general layout of the area in which the murder.
Now, as I explained, Miss Kelly was the last and final recorded victim of Jack the Ripper. Now, there have been multiple other murders that happened that they could not physically link to the Ripper murders, but they do believe that he may have been involved in. Okay. Now, moving back to what we were talking about with Mr. Charles Lechmere, however it's pronounced. Mr. Lechmere lived to be 71 years old, folks. Became a grandfather. Obviously, he had 12 children and ended up becoming a very wealthy man. Okay. To the point where he was, as I explained to you earlier, actually finally photographed, folks. And I am going to show you who I believe is Jack the Ripper. Let me see here. And this photograph was taken in 1912. 1912. Lechmere is how you pronounce it, okay? And I very truly believe that this gentleman is who I believe is Jack the Ripper. And I'll talk to you here in a minute as to why I believe that. This is a very small picture, folks, because it was old. Is it going to let me blow it up or not? Probably not, guys. There he is. And he's standing leaning against a fence with his feet crossed over and his hands at his sides very confidently. He's almost kind of intimidating looking, in my opinion. 71 years old, he took this. Well, no, he was 70 in 1912. I think he was 68 years old, I'm sorry, in this picture. Now, mind you, back in those days, folks, people looked a lot older than they were because of the lives that they lived. We all know, okay? So this, you guys, is Mr. Charles Lechmere, and I believe that this, folks, is Jack the Ripper. And again, he became very wealthy. Now, understanding that what I explained to you guys earlier about how he got away without anybody realizing. Welcome, Breezy. Good to see you. What? The DNA inconclusive. That's being frustrating. Yeah. Either way, it's fine. But as I explained to you in the beginning, Mr. Lechmere worked as a delivery driver, correct? Welcome, Star. Good to see you. Well, Mr. Lechmere also, as a delivery driver, delivered meat, folks. So he wore an apron covered in blood, guys. And this is what he did for 20 years, delivering meat to people, individuals. And it was, I mean, people, like, it wasn't just to grocery stores or commercial thing. He would go to people's houses and drop off meat, and he would have to cut different sizes off for these people, and he would get covered in blood. What better way to cover up being a serial killer than to be covered in blood every day of your life for 20 years? So, you know what I mean? That is, I'm sorry, what's the problem here? Oh, okay. I got you, Star. Well, welcome either way. So, and again, how he became so wealthy, I don't know. Okay. I don't know if he saved money, if he did something else, whatever he ended up doing, that I could never find out. But this, you guys, is who I do believe is Jack the Ripper once again. And like I said, he obviously had money, or he would not have ever been able to have this picture taken of himself. And again, he had grandchildren. He was married, and nobody ever knew. And it all started because nobody could figure out who he was, because he went by the name as Charles Cross. Gosh, dag nabbit, dago, that's the guy's name. What are you talking about, Mike? So, in turn, guys, H. Holmes, I unless they changed his name up in a story that they wrote, I don't believe it is. Nor do I believe it's anybody else. I believe this is Jack the Ripper, folks. And again, the reason why I believe that is because everything that goes with this story, folks, of everything, this man traveled the exact same route Monday through Saturday for 20 years. And I mean, if I could find it, I would have showed you guys, but I can't. The way he walked is the exact route where these women were murdered, folks. Why would he lie about his name? If PC Neil would not have walked up upon that body, is what I was telling you earlier, it was luck. They would have never known about this. If the other gentleman wouldn't have come walking down the road, would have never known about who this guy was. They just could never, for whatever reason, they didn't have the resources to come about. Could not or never put two and two together that Charles Cross was Charles Lechmere. I don't know if it was because they didn't have the tools to do it or whatever. I don't know, guys. It just doesn't make sense. Like, it's not that, but things were different then. I watched this on YouTube, and I like Dago believe this man is Jack the Ripper. I mean, I'm just saying, Michelle, it makes the most sense to me from everything I've seen over since I was 10 years old. It really does. And he was right underneath their chin the whole time, folks, the whole time. Let's see. Dover Mom says the only biological DNA left from Jack the Ripper was inconclusive. As I said, there were errors through all of it, but didn't rule him out in any way. It was just too broad of a profile to pinpoint. Right. With the errors that they had, they could never physically convict him of this, guys. And as I said, if this would have been now, I mean, he'd have been gone immediately. His name is Charles. I can never say it, David. Damn it. Lechmere. Charles Lechmere. Lechmere. Charles Lechmere. As I said, initially he had gone by Charles Cross. He ended up using his stepfather's name, and that was why they could not figure out who this gentleman was. And then again, the DNA and all the issues that they ever dealt with, there was always some type of an error on this. Did you see my comment on royalty? Where are you talking about, Deborah Mom? Oh, I know people suspect royal connection, but you've got to lean into demographic. And they initially there was a I told you guys in the beginning it was let me get it, the Duke. Where did it go? There it is. The Duke of Clarence was actually a suspect for quite a long time. Lechmere. Thank you, Dover Mom. Lechmere. Yeah, the Duke of Clarence was a suspect for a long time, along with his personal surgeon. They believed that he was Jack the Ripper to cover up the pregnancy of a mistress that he had, being that he was royalty. It just, you couldn't, just like nowadays, all the chaos that goes on over there with Prince Charles and all the boys and all their crazy stuff, the drama. You couldn't be out there, so they believed that this man did this to kind of try to keep it, under wraps. So thank you, Nikki. I appreciate it. So at this point, Michelle says the detective took it to a person in the UK that would determine if it would go to court, and that person believed there's enough evidence to send this man to court. This man would have been put on death row, folks, right here and now. And they said, even over there, that yes, he would go to court for sure, and would have been charged with multiple murder. At this point right now, with the technology that we have, that England has, you know what I'm saying, the UK, whatever, it would have been done. A dude in clean clothing alone would have sparked a group mugging. Very possible, yeah. But that is how he kind of hid in broad daylight, folks, because he had on, he was covered in blood because he delivered meat, and he would cut meat to hand off to different people. And it was, that's why, if I seen him pull up, I'm not going to look at him twice, knowing what he does for a living, I'm not going to look at him twice, as compared to seeing somebody walk down the street covered in blood. And again, I told you, he did a clean job. And I think it's because he knew how to cut meat. He knew what blood pressure was and this and that. That's why people thought he was a doctor at first. No, he was a delivery driver / butcher, per se, I guess you could say. And there he is, folks. I'd like you to meet Jack the Ripper, in my opinion. Yes, that's it right there. Charles Allen Lechmere. That would be him, Mr. David James. Right. And he did. And he had some weird fascination. And I think it was based on what his mother did to him as a child. It was said that the gentleman had, it was said in chat a while back, that he very well may have had STDs, but he was constantly approaching prostitutes in turn. But most of his, I think the triggers for the murders, you guys, had something to do with his mommy issues, personally. I don't think it was any diseases he had or anything like that. So now, and understand, guys, that things back then were different than they are now. age-wise, years-wise, things like that. 12 children, yeah. He had an issue with, obviously, if he made 12 kids. And that wasn't enough for him with his wife or his wives, so he moved along to who he could. And while he was doing it, he came upon the fact that he decided he liked to unalive women. So, it is what it is. And that's the thing. He knew that's why I'm so convinced of this, folks. And when I am passionate and I believe something, I believe it, period. Okay. I wouldn't tell you guys this if I didn't really think it. He knew those streets like the back of his hand. He walked and drove and delivered and walked those streets every single day for 20 years. He knew every in and out of these streets, which is another way he was able to get away, because he could slink in and out of different places without being seen. Again, as I said, the Bobbies walked every 15 to 30 minutes through this whole area. It was bad over there, guys, so they had to. So, no, and I don't either at some point, Dobermom. I think there's probably so many more that they could not put with him because they may have changed it up. He may have changed it up because as we know, you guys, most serial killers' MO, as they grow and progress, they do change at times. We don't know who this guy could have been by the time he died. It's at 71 years old. He could have been still doing it and just nobody knew. Okay. And it's a very odd feeling to know, like, there could be so many more. And I would venture to say there are. And it was said that, where do I have it at? There are many, many, many more cases that he could very possibly be linked to, guys. And I believe that he is. I do. You cannot do what this man did to 6 women and just think that it just stopped. Why would we be arrogant enough to think that he just stopped one day? I don't believe that. Not at all. I think he may have geographically changed it up. I think, and I think that has something to do with him becoming wealthy. Okay. I think he may have moved more, out more, fell into something that he probably got lucky with, and so on and so forth. Right. Yeah, he definitely loved that area, guys. He was raised there. Like I said, when he went and dropped south to his 4th victim, um, that was where he grew up. He knew that area, you know, but obviously he was not completely comfortable there. And then there was a question asked by somebody once before about this, that why didn't he do this to his mother? I think in his mind that his mother had full and total control of him, period. And I think that he was raised a certain way. And I think that he looked down upon these women because they were who they were. They lived the lifestyles that they did. And I can picture his mother being, talking down about these women as it to him as a child, and him seeing that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Coming from her, and her putting engraving in his mind that this is dirty, this is bad, this is ugly. In turn, maybe somehow he justified this to himself, thinking he was doing something good, which in turn he wasn't. Obviously, we know. So that's how I think this without knowing the inner workings of a serial killer's mind, that's how I think this was and who this was. Exactly, Breezy. Exactly. That's another side to look at it. That was his way of getting back at his mother. Also, she humiliated him his whole life. She kept him down. She kept her foot on him, and in turn, well, this is for what you did to me, Mom, and this is that, and that's what he saw from these women. Again, Tiffany, always at the end of it. Welcome again. It's great to see you. Either way, I don't care. I wish you could hear these stories, though. It's great to have you here, hon. Thank you for joining me. So, that's the story, folks. That is the true story behind From Hell with Johnny Depp, the story of Jack the Ripper. And guys, I feel that this gentleman right here, this if this is him, that's this monster per se, is the infamous Jack the Ripper. The first ever recorded from what I've understood, serial killer, other than like somebody like Genghis Khan or something like that. I'm saying, yeah, it's a coming. That's probably going to be a twofer because there's a lot with that one. But anyway, does anybody have any questions or comments in regards to this gentleman himself or anything else in regards to this? Please, let me see. Let me hear him, guys. Throw them at me, please. Please. And I'm sorry, guys, that I did the most of it vocally because I wanted to do it as in I'm telling you guys a story per se. I didn't want to just show you a video. I wanted to give you a look of the area, but I wanted to explain it to you myself so that you could hear it that way. And if that's not if it didn't come off good for you guys, my apologies, but I would have preferred to do it that way anyway. I cannot find one, David. I tried to look that up to get more information on him. This guy, there's nothing more that I could find on him than what I have. It's very weird. It doesn't state anything about how he made his money. It doesn't give any other family names. I looked that up. I can't find it. Maybe I wasn't looking in the right places, but I could not find anything else. And don't worry, as long as I've been following this story in my life, I'll keep looking. And maybe if I do find some things, I'll give you guys some more info on it. Thank you, Dope Mom. And I appreciate that, Michelle. I just kind of wanted to give it to you guys personally that way because it's something I was very passionate about. And that's the other problem, too. Breezy's right, David. There, like medical records and things like that back in that day, it was not. There probably wouldn't be anything left even if we could find it. Oh, absolutely, Tiffany. No worries. I just appreciate you coming in and supporting me. That's all. One of these days, you'll get to catch a full one of these scenarios. So there it is, folks. There is, in my opinion, Mr. Jack the Ripper or Mr. Charles Lechmere. I'm never going to be able to say it. Mr. Charles Lechmere. There's one at David. It follows a curator who collects artifacts and brought the scarf for an astronomical price. Oh, yeah. And from what I've understood, the scarf, it's been said that the scarf is real, but the scarf is also very possibly a phony that somebody just put in. And who knows, guys? It's been 120 years, folks. We're not supposed to know these things. There's just some of us that obsess over certain things, so we do know these things. Yeah, I definitely agree, Breezy, that this is pure evil. This face. If this, I truly believe it's him. This person right here is the Ted Bundys, the Richard Ramirez, the Brian Kobergers, if he's the one that did it. All of these people. This is one of the first ones ever recorded, guys. Everything about this fits in my opinion, Jules. And like I said, the gentlemen that did this are very, very well, very, very well respected. I should put it that way in their jobs and what they do. And the one gentleman, 30 years he worked on this and found all this stuff and did all this and put it out for everybody to know because of what it is. Thank you, Molly. I appreciate you, hon. The lead singer of Ghost agrees with us as well. Okay. Good to know. I don't know who that is, but it's good to know. Um, and thank you, Jules. Yeah, and that's the thing, guys. Listen, I don't know how many of you guys like another Johnny Depp movie. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Sleepy Hollow. Okay, again, uh, Johnny Depp played a detective, and the tools that detectives used back then, he was not that far off with the stuff that they had him using. Um, they had no clue, folks, as to what we have nowadays. It was so much different, and so everything was so much more different than what it is now. Obviously, we have technology now. We have, DNA is like that and that. It took like years to try to figure out something with DNA back then. I mean, it still didn't work. It was insane. It was insane. One of mine too breezy. I agree. Oh yeah. Somebody please drop Molly's link in chat, please. Yeah, I've been seeing him. People talk about him over Nikki, so I'll check him out for sure. I will definitely check him out. I've been told that by multiple people based on the music that I like that I would love them. So I'll check them out. I just haven't really had a chance to. I keep forgetting about it, so I will definitely. And then, it's funny with this scenario. Um, with, for instance, the case that we're working on right now, the Idaho Poor. Okay, I don't know if you guys. One second, guys. Sorry. Sorry. Anyway, what I was saying was, there's characteristics of this person, this case, that show up just like the Idaho case, guys. There's little things that make you go, that's familiar. That reminds me of this. That's crazy. This is the same. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they all have, excuse me, a lot of the same characteristics, guys, and it's crazy. The Zodiac, yes, David, it is. Ramirez, they're all, and you'll see with each one of these cases that we touch on, you guys, you'll see one little thing that matches with another one, or a couple things that match with the other ones, and then the other ones, and then the other one. I mean, it's insane, and that's why I wanted to do this series, because not that, and also because it's amazing to me how many movies are based on some sort of true crime scenario that has happened. That's a true story, guys. Um, it's crazy. Wait, what do we got going on here? Don't be a stranger, Miss. Oh, Molly's always in here. Zodiac was never solved but narrowed down. That's correct, Breezy. And Popper, what did you say? There's also a theory that Jack the Ripper was the servant girl annihilator from Austin, Texas. There's a lot of different theories. I mean, a lot with this story. There's a lot. Da-dum. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people that think that it's H.H. Holmes. I'll be honest with you. Back in the day, I thought it was too. But after knowing what I know with this now, there's no way, guys. I can't go with that anymore. And I'm not telling you to not believe it, guys, or not believe that it's H.H. Holmes. By all means, if that's what you think, please do. I just wanted to give you something else to see, something else to hear, um, and another option to go with this. But I truly personally feel this is Jack the Ripper. And again, that doesn't mean you have to. I'll be lurking. I be lurking. What? Why are you acting like you're leaving or something, Molly? I don't understand. Do it. Do it. Do it with. Okay. Is that real or a joke, Papa? I don't. I don't know if it is or if it isn't, David. That's why I said there's a lot of different theories. So I've never heard that one, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You know. And I'm back. Oh, I that's why I was trying to read the chat and I didn't quite understand what that conversation was about, but so be it. Never heard of it. That's real. Okay. I'll have to look that up because I've never heard of that. In fact, I don't know that name. I'm going to look. What does it say, Popper? The Servant Girl Annihilator from Austin, Texas. Okay. Let's see what that means, folks, because I've never heard of that. Is this just another name for it? Damn it. I knew I did that. Interesting. Wow, what is this? Ah, okay. Well, let me show you, folks, what it is. One second. Now, what this is saying is basically that this is the same person that did this in Whitechapel and came. What do we got going on here? I hate my internet service. What this is saying is this. Hold on. I'll let y'all see it. 1884 to 1885. Yep. Oh, yeah. All right.
Here's a crazy interesting post you may have forgotten about. Throughout 1885, the New York Post, then called the Evening Post, reported how Austin, Texas was being plagued by a wave of murders at the hands of one of our nation's first serial killers. Here's what happened. On December 30th, 1884, the killer that American author O. Henry would one day christen the Servant Girl Annihilator is believed to have claimed his first victim. That victim, Molly Smith, was dragged out of her employer's home and killed by an axe wound to the head. Several arrests were made, but authorities couldn't successfully pin the murder.
Now, I do remember hearing something about this. I didn't know that's what it was called, but think for a minute, folks. As I told you, the gentleman that I just explained to you became wealthy. So he very easily could have traveled abroad and came to America. But wait, this was before. Oh, yeah, no. I'm wrong. I'm sorry, guys. This was 1885. Okay. So I guess that would have no bearing on anything. So I'm just going to shut up and let this play. Sorry, folks.
Murders on any one of the people they picked up. And to everyone's dismay, attacks and killings fitting the profile continued throughout the year. While the 19th century police always found brutal crime scenes, the only evidence they were left to work with were a pair of bloody footprints. This led to several arrests based solely on people walking around Austin barefoot. Extra officers were called in from around the state, and Austin effectively fell under martial law. After 6 more murders, 8 other axe and knife attacks, and the arrest of over 400 suspects.
One thing I do know is that in the late 1800s and early 1900s, axe murders were a regular thing, folks. Like, there were people dropping left and right all over the place, even over there and here, from being attacked with axes. It was a thing to do back then. Look it up. I'm not lying, guys. Google it. It's crazy.
The final 2 murders attributed to the servant girl annihilator both occurred on Christmas Eve, 1885. Following those murders, the pattern never repeated and the case remains unsolved to this day. Though, in a 2014 episode of PBS's History Detectives, it's claimed that a man named Nathan Elgin, whose clubfoot often prevented him from wearing shoes, was found with a large knife assaulting a young woman and then shot and killed by police in early February 1886. So it's altogether possible that, without knowing it, authorities did get to serve up some Texas-style justice. So there it is. Throughout 1885, an axe-wielding serial killer stalked the streets of Austin and may, or may not, have been killed in a hail of gunfire. How's that for a crazy interesting post?
There you go. There is the servant girl annihilator. Quick stories. What's up, Boone? I'm sorry, Boone, you didn't get an invite. My apologies. I tried. The boys are watching YouTube. They go 7 and go. Well, good evening, boys. Good to see you. If I could give you a treat, I would. I already hit the light. Thank you, Boone. Welcome back. Good to see you, Boone. So yeah. Thanks for dropping that in there, Popper. I never knew the name of that. I heard a story about that, but I didn't know the name. So, and I'm sorry that I started to try to tell you bad information, folks. I was going to say it would make sense if the man became wealthy that he went over and was able to travel abroad on a regular to do these types of things, but this happened way before that. So I don't know that story. Of course, because I thought you just called me a chump. But it looked kind of like Chuck Norris, didn't it, Jules? That's kind of what I was thinking immediately. It was kind of funny, though. I like that. That's Gina keeping it drama free. Thank you. What's Gina? What are we talking about? Hope you guys are having a great night tonight. And thank you all for joining me again tonight. So, again, guys, I will be live again tomorrow. It'll always give me a half-hour window, as I said. 11:30, folks. We will be going back into the Nicola Bully story. There's a lot more stuff that I have to show you guys. So we have to show you guys because we have found some good stuff, folks. And she's not in the river. I'll just put it that way. What's going on, Brandy? Brandy don't lurk. She's always in here. So yeah, and there's some things, guys, with that we definitely got to look at. I'll just put it that way. So, all right, guys. Now here comes the point in the night where I give you your choice as to what we do next. So, let me see here. We have the entity, which, or no, not the entity. I'm sorry. Well, we could do that one. It's not really, it was considered a crime in some senses because the woman was SA'd, but it wasn't, it's more paranormal than it was crime. So I wasn't going to put that one in. So my apology. I was thinking of a different one altogether. The Conjuring or Amityville. As I told you, we were coming back to Amityville. So I will do a poll and we will see what you say. And I'm going to make it very simple. And you're just going to answer yes or no. So color, right? All right. And there is the first poll. I'm going to ask you guys to excuse me for one moment. I'll be right back. Go ahead and vote on that one. I'll be right back, guys. What do you win if you get the question right? Well, we get to pick a movie that we're going to do the story on. I'll send you an autographed picture. How about that, Boone? Woo. Remember how I said my grandma had a similar story of paranormal abuse? Tell me why my mom randomly reminded me about that on. Oh, interesting. That's crazy. Like I said, guys, it's not true crime based. It's the entity, but I would be glad to bring that story to you guys because it's insane. It is insane. From what I understand, this happened years and years and years and years ago, like the 70s or early 80s, and this woman is still going through these things. Believe that or not. So, one of these days, once we go through some of these, if you guys want to hear that story, let me know. I would be glad to bring it to you because it's definitely interesting to say the very least. So we're gonna go between Amityville and I'm trying to think if there's one that is better than Conjuring. Yeah, Amityville and The Conjuring, I think, are two good ones we can hit. There's a lot, so we got plenty of time. What? Where's your what, Nikki? Dober mom. You guys want to know something? My wife has 3 famous relatives that are criminals. 3. All in one family. I couldn't believe it when I found out who my wife is related to, folks. So who is your famous criminal relative, Dobermom? And then I'll tell you who my wife's related to. And I saw proof of this too. John Dillinger is your great grandfather. Cool. I just watched a thing about where he grew up at. A cousin down the line owned a hotel. The Billy the Kid and his crew loved to stop. I'm related to Lizzie Borden and also Daniel Boone. Sure. My wife's family's like her mother's maiden name is Barrow. Baarrow. So El Chapo. I don't think anybody can top that one. And like I said, I had proof on this too, but my wife's, I think he was her great uncle. Great, yeah. Is Clyde Barrow, Bonnie and Clyde. Now, that's on one side of her family. What's up? Anthony? How are you, sir? Welcome. Good to have you here. So, that's one side of her family. Now, on the other side of the family, believe this or not, going way back, and this would be a grandfather, I was told. Or, yeah. On the other side of her mom's father's side. So, it's her grandfather's great grandfather, I was told. And great uncle are Frank and Jesse James. So that's who my wife is related to. She's related to Clyde from Bonnie and Clyde and the James brothers, which is insane to me. So I told her, don't worry, I will never make you or your family mad because obviously, you don't need to send any proof, Nikki. You're fine. I believe you. Why would anybody make that up anyway? You know what I mean? I have absolutely no reason to not believe you, my dear. None at all. We don't tell fibs or tall tales or lies in here. It's all good. So yeah, I found that one out. And then everybody clarified it for me. And then I saw proof of the names and different things in the family trees they did the whole, what's that? What the hell is it? Yeah, I know. I forgot about that one. Yeah. By the way, hi, Rachel. Rachel's the one that we need to get in here, folks. One of these nights, if I can get her in here, she's surrounded by everything bad. That's all I got to say. She lives, in this area. But yeah, her great uncle arrested Ed Gein and relative of Lewis Wetzel, and it was security for Lewis and Clark. Yeah, everything that goes bad goes on around Rachel. She lives. How close was it to where Dahmer lived, Rachel? I know you are, and it's okay because I know what you're doing. So stay there and do what you do, my dear. Her and Papa are always watching. Oh, you're okay. Nikki, anything you want. That's fine. I would never think that you're not telling the truth, so don't worry about that. You know what I mean? It's rumored that I'm related to the James brothers. Wait, what James? The ones I just said? Jesse, then that would mean that you're related to my wife. That's who I'm talking about. Frank and Jesse James are my wife's. Well, her mother's great grandfathers. So then that means that we're related by marriage, Miss Brandy, if that's a fact. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I hate to do this out here, and I won't, but you're going to have to give me some names, and I could probably find out for you, Brandy. truthfully. As I told you, 95% of my wife's family is from Alabama. Almost all of them. That would be some crazy shit. Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, this is all the stuff that Miss Rachel's been surrounded by, folks. Dahmer, Slenderman, the gentleman from that Making a Murder show, Gypsy Rose, Ed Gein, yeah. And the part of Dahmer that Rachel has, the other part of Dahmer that Rachel don't have, I have. I live literally 20 minutes from where he was born and raised before he moved off over there. So, yeah. Yeah, Miss Rachel would be the one to have in here one night and just sit and talk about what we do, guys, and what we talk about and all this stuff, because she's got some interesting stories, I'm sure. I love. In fact, I did see, you have a picture of that, don't you, Rachel? Or didn't you show me a picture of that one time of the police officer that arrested Ed Gein? Oh, yeah. Which we can't do that one because I think we won't be able to do that one because Brandy don't handle that one. I think it was you that doesn't handle Slender Man, wasn't it, Brandy? Her best friend's apartment looks down onto the woods where the Slender Man stabbing took place. It's creepy AF. I bet it is. I bet it is. No lie. Yeah, there's some outlaws here for sure. Well, that would explain Miss Brandy's attitude when somebody makes her mad, being related to the James brothers. I mean, come on. If you got to be related to somebody, you got to be related to them. That's not something pretty good to have there. I mean, I'm related to a boxer, if that makes any difference. Or nothing real big. He wasn't that impressive, but wait a minute. Update active shooter at MSU. MSU as in Sherry. There's like 4 different. It's okay if you guys want to do Slender Man. Oh well, maybe we will one day because that one is definitely a story, and there's a real deal true story behind that one, and it's insane, folks. You definitely got a temper, Brandy, and like I said, that would make sense as to where it came from. Michigan State, no shit, Popper. Damn it. What's going on, people? People are insane. I didn't know. There's Missouri State, Michigan, Minnesota. I don't see anything. I don't see anything right now. By the way, how far away for you, Popper says you're in here? How far away from the UFO that they dropped yesterday were you? There's Montana. There's multiple MSUs. That's why I didn't know. It's Michigan, though. Is it Michigan State or Michigan University? Michigan University. Okay. I can't find anything. Wait. Well, damn it. Hold on. Michigan State. Okay, got you. I'm not saying you guys aren't telling the truth. Two hours. Lansing. Oh, I got you, Rachel. Thank you. Um, it's not loading up. Shots fired. Active shooter reported on campus at Michigan State University. Lansing. Shots had been fired near Berkeley Hall on campus in East Lansing. An alert has gone out to students and all others on campus to secure it in place immediately. Your boys are home, right, Popper? If I'm correct. Michigan State University's newspaper, the State News, reported that eyewitnesses saw the shooter inside the cafeteria building. Additional shooting locations have been identified at the Union and Phillips Hall, as well as the IM East Fitness Center. Well, I didn't know if it was in around campus or whatnot. You know what I mean? Missouri State. That's kind of what I was thinking at first, too. I can't find a lot of it. The hell? Yeah, we do. We really do, David. It's very sad and pathetic, but we do. Lots of them. It's not a good thing. Definitely not a good thing. Let me try it this way, folks. See if I can get it to come up this way. College dorms. That's what I was worried about, is them being in the dorms. You know what I mean? Okay, that's what I was asking, Rachel. I was just a little nervous. Um, it's 4 years ago. There's nothing new. Why is it not out yet? Good God. Come on. Come on. Come on. What's a local news? Does anybody know a local news? CNN. Thank you, Sherry. Let's see if there's anything on here. It's back.
At 3 mystery objects in 3 days. So how soon before search teams
Okay.
reach the debris in Alaska, in Canada, and just off Michigan?
Yeah, they're showing part of it.
Tonight, what Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is now saying, and what the White House said today on questions about aliens. Martha Raddatz with new reporting. Overseas tonight into Turkey, where today, 182 hours after the devastating earthquake hit.
Multiple reported injuries.
Story of survival. A 13-year-old boy pulled from the rubble. How did he survive a week? And the other teenager discovered.
You know, they're showing it. ABC News Live. Okay, hold on. CNN's got that. www.mlive. Okay, got you. Thanks, Buffer. Jesus. Come on, load up. What's up, Strike?
Another week with all of you at home. We are back from the earthquake zone in Turkey, and tonight our team on a remarkable discovery just today. A teenager pulled out alive after 182 hours buried in that rubble, and you'll see it.
Three
Also,
plus
three more
shooters?
mystery
Jesus.
objects shot from the sky. But first tonight here in New York City, that violent rampage.
Come
U-Haul
on.
driver plowing through intersections.
Yeah, we had
on
that
the
idiot in
sidewalks Brooklyn.
U-Haul too.
Take a
About
look at
that
this
link you gave me
surveillance tonight.
didn't
The moment the
pop
U-Haul
up the
jumps
right way.
onto the sidewalk right
pop
there,
up.
a man jumping out of the way just in time. You saw that police car right behind on the sidewalk. This all lasted 40 minutes, terrifying witnesses and lasting for miles, multiple intersections, until police were able to arrest the driver, pinning that vehicle against a building there. Tonight, the suspect is now under arrest. What he allegedly...
Come on. Jesus. Okay, so I'm just gonna do this if it will let me. This is fucking insane. Hold on, folks. I'm getting there. I don't understand why this is so big, but it's okay. Okay, please give me something with this. It says page not found. It tells me I gotta subscribe. Or maybe it's just a sign-in scenario. This is insane that I can't find this. It's more than 3 shooters. I'm listening and cooking. I'm just hearing bits. The world is a dumpster fire. That's no lie. No lie. This brought me up to some kind of an account I got to sign in for, Popper. It says Michigan on it, but it doesn't give me M Live. Grand Rapids, all Michigan. Ann Arbor, all Michigan. Okay. Wait a minute. Here we go. Something came out of it now. There's nothing live on it, though. It's just a story. Michigan State Police say shootings wound several. The police made the statement Monday night on Twitter, saying there appeared to be only one suspect. Okay. MSU reporting shots fired on campus. This is 2 hours ago from the Associated Press. One killed so far. Fox News. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Students are being told to run, hide, and fight, stating shooter is on foot. Good God. Yeah, gosh. 17. Load for me, load.
Good morning to you. We are just a little bit over an hour before reaching our sunset time for the morning.
Okay, I think I might have something here. Maybe. Five shot WDIV.
I'm not so sure that's a good idea. I'd like to get what I paid for tonight. Just for the one. The week goes by and you still want them. I'll send them.
No, that ain't something I make a joke out of. I know you're immature, but it's not something.
Police reporting that essentially the shooting is ongoing. The suspect that they're looking for, that's responsible for, according to them, two separate shootings, one at Berkey Hall, the other at IM East, which is the intramural building east, about 20 minutes away. And now, according to a young man who is an MSU grad, sending me screenshots of a text message that he just received from MSU police, alerting them of the shooting that is ongoing as of 10:04 p.m. To say that this scene is active is an understatement. It is very active right now, so much so that the shooter is not in custody. We know that people are sheltering in place. And we also know that as of a few minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, there was yet another alert sent to students indicating that perhaps there was another shooting or that the shooting is ongoing. Now, keep in mind, these are automated text messages that go out to students. Is this something that automatically went out to alert them of kind of the standard message, the template that went out to say, hey, stay where you're at because we're still dealing with this? Or is it yet another shooting, perhaps their incident in which they believe one suspect is responsible? We can't confirm that at the moment, but I can confirm to you that students received yet another text as of 10:04 p.m. from MSU saying, quote, active violence situation on near MSU campus, secure in place or evacuate safely. Run, hide, fight, call 911 to report suspicious activity. We know that this is every parent's worst nightmare, to sit and watch and wonder if everything is okay. But here's the deal. We have to urge you again. MSU police urging everyone, do not rush to the scene. Even the highways and Grand River Avenue leading to campus, it's a really important place right now that MSU police, with the help of other police agencies and FBI, can secure this scene. I know that Michigan State Police also are indicating that they have their hands on this as well.
Yeah, we just have received this from Michigan State Police. It said, please do not go to MSU right now. Yes, it's hard to do when you have loved ones on campus or adjacent to the campus, but it is far too dangerous as this armed suspect is moving in the area and police attempt to take them into custody. As always, scanner traffic is inaccurate. And we also understand, just as of 12 minutes ago, when they talked about the suspect, there is only one suspect that's being reported at this point, and that they're still getting calls, multiple calls of an active shooter on campus.
This is insane, guys.
We know that several students are being sent to Sparrow Hospital. We know that several, so Sparrow Hospital is the place where obviously these students who have been shot are taken. Aaron, if you could repeat to Taryn the places that have been cleared one more time. Several places have been cleared of the scene. What are those again, Aaron?
They're Brody, Snyder, Phillips, as we've mentioned before, the Union, Berkey, and Mason Hall. Landon as well. And as we mentioned, Berkey. Now these, it's interesting because this is really spanning. It appears that it was more in the central part of the campus when you talk about IM East or the Union, but then you have Brody, which is on one end of the campus, and then where Randy is Hubbard and Acres. That is the other end of campus. So this is really just the whole area, this whole 2-mile radius, if you will, is being currently just locked down as multiple agencies from all the way from Detroit to, we know, north of Lansing, all across the state, FBI, ATF heading to the scene to be able to get this. Now you're looking at live pictures. We are watching emergency vehicles, police vehicles right now, still rushing to the scene. It is really just a sea of police lights on campus. And just a frightening time for everybody that's involved. I can only imagine how parents are feeling, but please just make sure your students are sheltering in place.
And there you see students who are actually filing out of the buildings on the East Campus there with the help of SWAT, bringing them out safely. There doesn't seem to be at this particular place where they're at a great deal of urgency relative to people running or trying to scurry out. They're simply being escorted out on the east side of campus, out of this dorm room, out of this building, with the help of SWAT that is obviously escorting all of these students out as we speak. And so as they're being escorted out, they're obviously going to be taken to safety. Speaking of where people are being taken, those who have been hurt in this shooting have been taken to Sparrow Hospital, as you know, Taryn. Of course, Sparrow Hospital is right down the road, so to speak, from East Lansing, right there in Lansing. And so that's the nearest place where they can get the kind of perhaps care that they need for any trauma wounds or anything else that they're dealing with. They have a full emergency room there, obviously ready and open for anybody who's been hurt. But there you look closely, you'll see the SWAT team. You see a young lady and a young man on his phone with another student being escorted out of this particular dorm, again on the east side of campus right now.
And when we're looking at, we're 3 confirmed shooting locations, Berkey Hall, the Union, and Phillips Hall. Landon Hall, as we mentioned, though, that is reportedly being used for a staging area for the victims. So that might be where they're being taken at this point. And it's interesting, we're trying to confirm this information as it's coming in. We do know that, unfortunately, there are multiple injuries. Still trying to confirm any sort of fatality at this point.
Do we have Randy with us still? Randy, if you're out there, chime on in. What are you seeing right now? Give us an idea of what you're seeing, what's going on.
Well, right now, looking at a group of students who were just escorted out of, I believe, Acres Hall, and now headed towards what I believe to be Hubbard Hall. As Taryn just mentioned, Landon seems to be where they are taking a number of students as a secure location, a staging location. But what we're looking at right now, a number of students walking over to Hubbard Hall. They just left out what I believe was Acres Hall a few moments ago. And so still waiting for more information from MSU PD. So a very fluid situation, and the information, not a lot of it is being confirmed when we're hearing all, scanner traffic, a number of different sources of information.
I agree, Mike.
And things are trickling out, but we don't know for certain how much of it is accurate and what we can actually go with at the moment. And so, but as you guys mentioned earlier, one confirmed shooter. Several people have been hurt, as you mentioned. Several people taken to Sparrow Hospital. A number of halls have been searched and cleared, but the suspect, the gunman, still very much on the loose. and not yet taken into custody.
So there's only
Acres Hall
one.
is where we find our Randy Wimbley. Right there, you'll see more students being
There's
escorted
one in
out. This
three
is how
different
close,
places.
obviously,
There's
as you know, all
three,
this hits to everybody here in Metro Detroit.
That's the thing.
One of our Fox 2 family members who's in the studio with me right now says his son texted him to say, "Hey, Dad, I'm leaving Acres Hall right now. We're looking at Acres Hall right now. We're looking at the very building in which our guy here from the studio, our friend Bobby, told Fox 2 staff members say his son indicated that they were all being escorted out. Listen, you got to remember one thing. If you're not hearing from your loved one right now on campus, that doesn't mean that something happened to them. This is a chaotic scene in which a lot of times when we're hearing from students who say they just have to drop everything and leave, and you're saying, wait a minute, my kid always has their phone with them. They're attached to the hip by the phone. This is a scary situation in which they may be tucking the phone in their pocket, being escorted out like you see these students, and being scurried away into yet another place, in this case, Landon Hall, which is going to be the staging area. So keep in mind right now, this is a fluid situation in which they know there's an active shooter on campus, but they want to make sure that every single student is accounted for and is safely placed in the dorm that is the safest. That's Landon Hall right now. So if they're not answering your texts, if they're not answering your calls, it may also be because they're in the process of being transported from one place to another with the phone tucked away as they're running through campus.
And we do know that right now that police have shut down Grand River between, roughly between Division and Abbott. Grand River is where the original shooting scene, or near there, is from what we understand, Berkey Hall, the Union. We also know the FBI is responding to assist in reports of the active shooter on the campus of Michigan State University, but really MSU Police, if you are following on social media, that is the accurate agency that you want to stick with at this point. Michigan State Police, of course, helping as well, and they are telling people, make sure to shelter in place, and of course, the principles of run, hide, fight.
Be right back, guys.
And that is
Grabbing
what,
something to drink.
Unfortunately, so many people are being
leaving
taught
this place, so.
these days with some of these mass shootings that we've unfortunately had to deal with.
You know, one of the young men who we've been speaking with, who just graduated from Michigan State recently, lives just a few minutes away from campus, still has a lot of friends who are active students, said that this was, on the anniversary, near the anniversary of the Marjorie Stoneman high school shooting. And he says that he just remembers that. And right away, that's what goes through his mind, is that he was traumatized then, but he says it keeps getting closer and it keeps getting closer, these scenes. And now, of course, we know that it went way too close to home. This is a statement from MSU right now saying victims are currently being transported to Sparrow Hospital, Brody Hall, Snyder, Phillips Hall, Mason Hall, Abbott Hall, Landon Hall, the MSU Union, and Berkey Hall have all been cleared and secured. That should give you at least a moment of pause and perhaps some peace to know that there is some control in this situation that police and law enforcement have around this. FBI on the scene, multiple police agencies saying that these places that we thought just about an hour ago were the scenes of shootings are now secure. Phillips Hall, Mason Hall, Abbott Hall, Landon Hall, those are places that police have gone through and have cleared. The MSU Union cleared. Berkey Hall, the place where the initial shooting call came in at about 8:18 p.m., cleared as well, and they've been secured. Landon Hall right now is where all of the students are being sent to, being taken to from perhaps that particular area in campus. I mean, it's a big campus, and they have a lot of really important young people who are there trying to make sure are okay. More than 45,000 students that they're trying to make sure are okay. How many of them are on campus right now, where they're all heading to? Keep in mind, if you're not hearing from your loved one right now, it may be because they're on their way to one of these safe places, one of these places like Landon Hall, where right now police are staging to make sure that it's safe. Back now live at looking at pictures, you'll see now, start recognizing the
Berkeley
decals
Hall is a
for a
female
while,
dorm.
and all of a sudden you'll notice new decals on those police
Why
cars.
are you
That should
asking
give you
that,
some
Sherry?
solace as well. As right now they have multiple police agencies from all over the state that are descending on East Lansing, ambulances from all over. That's Huron Valley that just pulled up, of course. But East Lansing Police, MSU Police, they were the first to. They were the first to.
I don't understand
to be there, and then
anymore.
they
I
requested
don't,
others.
guys.
Oakland County Sheriff Mike Bouchard said, "Hey, we're heading there too."
Right now it's 10:20. We're just receiving word that MSU Police will be giving a briefing at 11 p.m. Of course, our information is going to be limited until we really find out who this shooter is, where this person is heading, perhaps a motive that's, of course, going to take days. I'm sure there are a lot of people we know on social media who are saying it and are watching right now, shaking their heads, asking why. How could anybody do this? These are innocent people that are being victims of this senseless shooting. But it appears that there is plenty of law enforcement from several agencies on the campus of Michigan State University as they're working to track this suspect down. Our only description right now is that he was wearing a mask and that he was short. That was it at this point, and that he is armed. So that's why everybody right now needs to shelter in place. But as we have showed you through these live pictures, SWAT teams are going into some of these campus halls, Brody, Snyder, Berkey.
So as of now,
clearing them,
it's clarified that there's only one shooter for right now.
Searching and securing these halls. Landon is where many of these students are being taken, the victims, and of course, Sparrow Hospital to be treated.
Keep in mind, again, if you're looking at social media, which of course we expect that you would be at this time, especially if you have a loved one on campus, there were a couple reports that were just flat out false. There are people who are saying things that they're not sure of. What we're trying to make sure of here at Fox 2 is any information you hear on the air here has been confirmed by police. We have to make sure it's confirmed. If you look at social media, they'll say that there are images of the shooter himself that are being escorted by police right now. That doesn't seem to be true based on what we're hearing from police directly to Fox 2, telling us that right now, this is still an active situation in which they do not have the shooter in custody. And so if that's true, they can't then have a photograph on social media showing police escorting the shooter. So please don't trust everything you're reading on social media. Understand that we are really working hard to talk to law enforcement and get confirmation from them.
And this is the latest alert issued by MSU that they're saying the police department on the East Lansing campus of MSU, a person is actively shooting on MSU's campus, an active and ongoing situation. Follow the run, hide, fight guidelines, secure in place, turn cell phones to silent, remain quiet. Suspect description, this is all they have at this point. Short male with mask, possibly a black male, and make sure anybody contacts Michigan State University Police to report any sort of unusual or suspicious activity. And that is the latest that we're hearing from MSU police in terms of information we want to pass along to you.
And while we have the Michigan State Police, as you say, Taryn, this is not a situation where you want to run to the campus. You don't want anybody to interfere with this investigation. So the message is clear from Michigan State Police, as it's going to be safe to say hundreds upon hundreds of law enforcement agents are going to be descending and already have on the campus of Michigan State University. If you know where your young person is on that campus, you don't want to go running in there. They're saying this statement from Michigan State Police essentially said, please do not go to the campus right now. This, right, by the way, is right near the art museum, the Broad Art Museum. This is the scene over there. So we're getting some new angles, multiple angles of what we're seeing here. Many ambulances all throughout that area. That was one of the initial requests that came in at about 8:20 from the scanners, saying they were pushing for more ambulances. We need more backup. We need medical. Because when you have an active shooter situation that has not been yet resolved on a campus this large, you don't know how big it can be. And at this point, we still don't have a full idea as to how many people have been injured because of this active shooter situation. And so if you're asking that question, saying, come on, how come they don't know that?
God, be with them,
we don't
please.
want to report unsubstantiated reports. We want to go with what we know.
And this is what we do know at this point. This is a timeline. If you're trying to check how this evening unfolded, at 8:18 shots were fired. The calls that was inside Berkey Hall on the northern boundary of campus. And that's where the calls started to come in about the shooting at Berkey Hall. At 9:16, the shooter is believed to be on foot. That's what police reported. 9:26, police reported a second shooting scene at IM East. That's the Intramural Sports Center complex. Many students locked down in there, and we're understanding that they have just been evacuated out. At 9:34, IM East, that's what happened, was being secured. Police report they believe there is just one shooter, and that person is described as a short male wearing a mask.
Okay.
According to
Now
MSU.
we know for a fact.
Victims are being transported to Sparrow Hospital. We know at this point, Brody, Snyder, Phillips, Mason Hall, Abbott Hall, Landon Hall, and the MS Union, along with Berkey, have been cleared and secured. So those places are considered safe. The shooter is not in those areas cleared and secured.
We have a student on the phone with us, a former student at Michigan State University, who literally is just a stone's throw away from IM East, one of the shooting scenes And I want to thank you so much for joining us today. May I ask you, Jordan Robinson, how are you holding up right now? I know this is really tough, but can you give us a description of what you're hearing and seeing around you right outside of that area?
Yeah, first, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Right now, at least in my area, it's a little quiet. They have locked down the main road to my apartment, and we are hearing helicopters overhead.
Exactly, Rachel. Exactly.
You know, my roommate and I are taking precautions right now, obviously, to make sure that we
There's
are.
got to be a way to change it somehow, but we can't as a society.
All of our blinds are shut. We're not really looking out too much just again.
Of course.
given the nature of the incident.
You were mentioning earlier
that
this comes so close to a terrible anniversary that you remember growing up with. You just recently graduated from MSU, and you were talking about the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting that took place on February 14th, several years back. And now you said this is hitting way too close to home.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I was just recently talking to someone that I know. We keep saying it keeps getting closer and closer and closer. It feels like it just keeps coming in. You know, we obviously heard about what happened at Openness High School last week, and it's just down the road from Michigan State, and here we are dealing with this right now. But, you know, one thing is for sure about Michigan, and I learned is that we are one community. Regardless of whether we know each other or not, everybody right now is checking in on each other, making sure that we're safe, figuring out everyone's location. And really what we're doing is just, you know, trying to
please keep these people.
I don't want you to reveal locations, but I just wanted to ask you, when you say that you've been in touch with friends who are on campus right now, can you give us an idea as to what those conversations are like via text or phone?
Yeah, I mean, they're not saying too much right now. They are telling me where their location is, but, you know, obviously I will not reveal that right now. But they are saying that they are sheltering in place right now. Just saying whether they're basically staying in the last known location that they were in, essentially. So that could be a cafeteria, that could be their resident hall. I have a lot of friends who are off campus as well, both on the other side of Green River, as well as other areas within the East Lansing Okemos area that are also sheltering in place right now. But like I said, it is pretty quiet right now in my area, with the exception of helicopters flying overhead, which is really bizarre for us, considering, you know, Michigan State's a very active place, even where I live.
Jordan, I wanted to ask you one more question in terms of the correspondence. You're assuring your friends that they're going to be okay. They're hiding right now, or sheltering in place, perhaps.
It's saying
hiding away from a potential shooter. Those conversations have to be.
Greater Lansing
so
Area Public Safety is saying active shooter, mass shooting scene.
Kind of just encouraging
Michigan State University, multiple fatalities have been reported by first responders. Update, shooter is still at large. Suspect has been described by witnesses as a short black male wearing a mask, MSP trooper. This is coming through my scanner. And it gives up public service announcements on a regular.
If they've been escorted by police or anything like that. But yeah, it's definitely very reassuring.
Have they been any of?
They have every county alerted. Marion, Ingham County.
I have talked to. They said that they have not been moved by police.
Jackson County Public Safety, Detroit Police. It's all.
I also want to update you right now. I am peeking through my blinds right now. No cars are moving outside from what I'm seeing. All the blinds are shut around me.
That's coming from the
please, Jordan,
public
please
safety,
shut the blinds and go
out
back
of Greater
to
Lansing.
where you were. I don't want you anywhere near a window. Please. Thank you very much for doing that, but please just stay where you were. Stay safe. We want you to be okay, and we don't want any signs from the inside out indicating that someone's in there. So please continue to remain safe and know that we're all thinking of you every step of the way.
It hasn't been stated yet, David. I'm listening to seeing if I can get my scanner to lock in.
All right, again, you're looking at live pictures right now where there has been multiple shootings on the campus of Michigan State University. This is the latest from Michigan State University Police. All campus activities are canceled for the next 48 hours. That includes athletics, classes, and all campus-related activities. Please do not come to campus tomorrow. That's from MSU Police.
That's crazy,
all campus
Boone.
activities are canceled for 48 hours, including athletics, classes, and all campus-related activities.
Uh,
We understand.
Popper, are you still in here?
Dina Senafani, who we know has children at Michigan State University.
If you are,
She
dude,
joins
is
us
this
now on the
Ingham
phone.
County?
Hey, Dina. Gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm sure this is so tough for you. What are you hearing at this point?
Well, it's challenging. So as a parent, I have been in contact, of course, with other parents who have students there, and of course my kids. At one point, I could not reach my son. He was playing basketball at IME, and we were scanners, and we heard some activity. I'm not sure what confirmed and what happened. That's another thing. Is that information is just flying fast and loose.
Oh boy.
So he was being evacuated from that facility, and we weren't quite able to reach him for a while, but we did. He's safe somewhere, and my daughter is a junior at Michigan State.
There's nothing on my scanner at this second.
Rather close to the Union, and she has been just sheltering in her apartment, trying to, the kids are avoiding windows. They're trying to barricade doors, and just trying to stay safe. It's a terrifying situation. I want to go to East Lansing, and I know that I shouldn't do that, so I'm not. And I'm just watching you guys and listening to the scanner and hoping that they can get a suspect in custody.
Now, Dina, I know you want to hold your babies real tight right now, knowing, though, that you've been able to talk to them.
I'm not getting anything on the scanner yet.
I'm sure is a little bit reassuring. What about, those are two locations where we're hearing that the shootings actually happened. Were they able to hear or see anything, your kids?
No, there is so much
at this point.
Police
Why are you asking
on
these
campus
questions
right now? And there are, social media, of course, among the kids, especially, they're trying to figure things out too. As far as I know,
I haven't seen SWAT yet. Where the hell is SWAT? Or did I miss it?
You guys know, both of you Spartans know that campus it's one of the largest campuses in the United States. I mean, we're talking about thousands of acres, about 5,000 acres, I believe. We've got hundreds of buildings on that campus. We've got woods. You've got the Red Cedar River. I mean, it is it's a beautiful campus. It's elaborate. And when you think about those hundreds of buildings and looking for a suspect, it's daunting to me. So that is part of the fear that is created as these kids, look out their windows or sneak a peek out the window, trying to figure out what's going on out there. There's just so many places that somebody could hide, and that's
the problem.
Terrifying part of this.
It's like a needle in a haystack at this
Dina,
point.
I would imagine that it feels a little bit.
It could be anywhere.
Somewhat reassuring to know that they have these staging areas like Landon Hall. When you saw those pictures of students being escorted by SWAT, not a picture anyone wants to see, but it is reassuring that those young people are being taken somewhere where they are then protected in almost the safest place on campus at that point, right? When police are surrounding and making the staging area, that's a good place to be.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's what we are telling my other daughter who is here with us, a senior in high school. And
there's 3,492 people logged into this channel on the scanner right now, and that's why we can't get anything out of it.
From sheltering in place in that racquetball room, he's now safe somewhere. We don't know exactly where, but we're going to believe that he is safe for now. The terrifying thing is the weapon that we're hearing about, a long gun, an AK-47. I don't want to say stuff that we don't have confirmed yet, guys, so you can correct anything, but these are powerful.
I was trying to ask Popper if there was another agency that I could try to log in.
You guys know.
They probably have it scrambled. That's the problem.
We're waiting on confirmation from MSU police and investigators there in Ingham County to kind of give us a lay of the land. And that, by the way, Dina, is happening in about 35 minutes.
You know what?
We'll be holding a news conference where we'll get some facts here about how many people
they did mention the state police.
Were there any fatalities? But I have to ask you, maybe actually just ask you to comment a little bit about this, because one thing we keep telling moms and dads, just like you, Dina, out there is that, hey, you know what? You haven't heard from your son or daughter. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong. In fact, it could mean that something right happened here. It could mean that they've been put in a place where they're kind of being escorted to a safer place. Not having contact with your son or daughter can be really scary, but it seems as though you're having that issue with your kids and you know they're okay now.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, cell phone batteries die. There can be some weird signal areas, especially now with all this activity. So that is really true, Roop. I mean, we were panicked for a minute there when we couldn't reach my son, Casey, and we had people trying to reach him from from all fronts.
Sure. And
eventually he said, guys, I'm being evacuated. I'm on the move. So, and there's a protocol to that, as you know.
We're receiving a report at Owen Hall West. We saw a caller arrive there, a van show up to the loading dock and unload something, and they think it could possibly be explosive.
Clear Owen Hall West. We can be en route. We're a few minutes from now. Address.
Okay, so.
735 East Shaw. 735 East Shaw Lane.
Owen Hall.
Clear 735 East Shaw.
So they're saying there's explosives possibly at Owen Hall. This is Greater Lansing Public Safety on the scanner right now. Shit. I didn't see or hear them say anything about Owen Hall, but on the stream.
My junior in college to go into buildings and classrooms and feel like a college student, and here we are.
Well, it's a lot.
Again.
Dina, you also obviously.
That's the problem, Anna. It's like a needle in a haystack. He could be anywhere. He's short.
A lot of social circles.
He could have went into somebody's room and is holding somebody hostage and keeping them quiet. He could just be locked in a closet somewhere, guys.
And look at those pictures. Your kids were friends with people.
If he was smart,
there, and now this is
he
happening
would have dropped the mask, the gun, changed his clothes, and walked away like the kids.
And this is just too close. And not that you want it to happen anywhere, but this is too much for young people who are still just trying to live their lives and get a, you wonder how they look at the world and how they look at the world through this lens of all these tragedies that they have to keep seeing over and over again.
Yeah, I mean the shock of and remember the kids not just watching.
Appreciate you guys hanging in here with me to see this. That way we know what's going on.
Research.
Hang on, guys. I'm running the scanner, and whenever the scanner's not on, I go back to this, so that way you guys know what's going on. This is logged into Greater Lansing Public Safety. Is what should be everybody.
SUV that's been checked. John 2616. Leaving the Morton ramp.
You said John 2616?
Yeah, they're dispatch. If ever units that are available for calls, the call sisters, Officer Strauss, or Officer Mandernack, and Anchor, they are available for calls. Just checking to see if them are available right now. Alright, yes.
Copy, Red Team 2 at Campbell Hall. Go ahead.
Three units they just talked about. They can go to any calls that are in the county that are priority right now. Feel free to use them for East Lansing calls, anything that's rolling.
We're still trying to figure that out. We've got a picture of a text chain where they're advising that the accused is possibly in a dorm room with his group of friends. We'll try to get further.
Alright, we're going to see calls. There's a lot of people inside here.
Do you want me to take the 9 Boston 68 off of the shooting call then?
I'm not sure which unit that is, but you can take them off and they can. Delta 137, 700 Seaway. Take a heat on their emergency calls you have in the county. They were local sisters. Border Patrol 700, Delta 122. Over to Longdon. Copy, we have an RTF unit that can go to Campbell. I'm from by Ingham County. I got the address ready to copy. 16 about a quarter mile out. Copy.
Yes, I will.
182.
Guys, let me know if you're hearing that okay.
Ramp is clear. That one vehicle was checked, and we're letting them go. It's in Harvey, and the plate was clear. For units be advised, we're getting reports that by the hub, that they see unknown male, black mask with a black bag. Unknown is involved near the hub again. 122 event will be 617 White Circle Drive, East Lansing. Again,
Okay.
617 White Circle Drive. It's going to be Allie's house. Charlie Oscar with Lima Echo Sierra. Allie's house. RT4, we'll go there. Copy, RT4. 484. Copy, 617 West Circle Drive. Similar, sir. 484. Yeah, well, I'm going to switch back to statewide 1, and we're going to have SQ-HQ1 on our other radios. We're currently in Lansing. Name out of 8610. We're monitoring all three, sir. Forge. Alright, yeah, thanks. 9 Boston 68. RTF 5, are there any other units at STEM? Any other units still at STEM? RTF 5, we are still trying to find our medical engineer, but we have multiple rooms barricaded with people inside. We're still going to try to find the medical and then evac all these people out. Have been both searchable subjects on Abbott Road. 2673 Abbott Road. Colors roommate Zanev Zeta, 22-year-old female, wearing purple top and green pants, was threatened to shoot Haley, the caller. This did come in at 21:03, so there's about an hour delay.
I wonder if that's linked.
17 out of 9-1. Okay. 13 on 7. I can help out with mutual aid if they want as well. 10-4. Really, outside. RTF 1-3, we're on there as well. We're also. 15 and 7. For now, I'm just holding some suspicious person calls that could possibly be related to the incident on campus, so I don't want to send just one unit to those. And Gordon, just let me know if you need me. For the team that's still looking for the medical, I'm going to leave you by the elevator. We possibly are by. That's at 3004. Of course, thank you. Her home's off east of this. And you just be advised, we have a caller outside of Gilchrist Hall. Gilchrist Hall, we heard one shot coming from the south side of the building.
They're still shooting. They just had a caller say there's one shot coming from Gilchrist Hall on the south side of the building. All right, David, have a good night, brother.
Black shirt, black winter hat. 14 Battalion 42 from Battalion 42, 403. Good. But 16 ambulance is in staging now. Excuse me, that 18. Okay. Sure. RTF 14, can you clear at home that it was 511 we're going to?
Yep, room 511, Elm Southeast. Units are also receiving information for a black pickup truck and a small sedan on Birch that keeps driving by slowly. RDFS.
Black pickup truck.
2311 North High Street. Golden Bell crashed in the building here. Ended up leaving with some items on the house. RDF5, we found our seat on medical. We brought her out to the south side of the STEM building. We do not have a medic here for her. If we can get one, started her way. And we're going to start evacuating all these classrooms that are barricaded with students inside. Okay.
12, we're at Bessie Hall. We have approximately 50 students. Do we have a point where we can send them yet, or are we holding them in place? They need a back for that. Ready up. Units downtown.
This is insane.
Yeah, I have nobody. Everybody's at MSC right now. If you would be able to go out there, that'd be awesome. It's 2311 North High Street. Golden Pal occupied. I have a video of them coming out of the building with items. Spawn for an asthma attack at STEM. She is secure. Okay. I appreciate you guys.
Twice a day for another day.
They see two white males with a weapon. There's a 1 minute delay.
What?
Did anyone acknowledge my last traffic? RCFAP, clear, we're out of that. Copy, yeah, it's clear. Yeah, I'm checking with you in my command.
Now they're saying they got two white males with weapons.
Copy, open the right one. 617.
Information over in the landing cafeteria that there are some people up on the third floor of the Union that are waiting to be escorted out. If the building clearing team will try to get a more exact location.
Pretty cool, Dover Mom.
Copy, any team of the Union, will you clear on that floor? There's a group of people still locked down in the room. Unknown number this time. Copy. Are there any units at Roy Hall?
In that location, they were able to safely evacuate Tim,
MSP
and
1030.
and so many others out of the island. And you saw the
The hall wanted to verify that there were police in Roy.
law enforcement armed, ready for the challenge.
Sorry for station.
Each and every student
Go ahead.
is taken out.
Yeah, there's the tag team inside cleared.
In the shelter in place, which is right now landing hall.
Command advises we cannot send a medic from work. The city will cover it.
That are leaving the hall.
Tag team's on the roof of the building right now.
Taken
Copy.
outside the campus.
We got at least 50 people coming out of Brooklyn Hall.
That's where the students are taking in place.
Fired, iron 4 circle. Iron 4 circle for shots fired.
You have to remember that this is a tough
RTF 21 lit by oil.
over the state.
Copy, RTF 21, iron 4 circle report for shots fired.
Shots fired.
Command post, center be advised for staging area for students once they're evacuated to the Langdon Hall. Langdon Hall.
What is the latest in terms of how Oakland County is?
Absolutely, Gina.
We got
311
resources, and so we're going to send everything that we have available.
This is insane, guys.
To do whatever we can.
They were in Campbell Hall, which tell us they were there for the Union, nobody on the third floor.
In terms of the facts, they're really wanting to know what we really know right now. What do we know?
Well, I think it's really hard to say what we know at this point. In the initial phase of anything, as it starts to unfold,
You're undoing the iron
exactly what's going on, and the initial information is oftentimes not factual. So I would urge them to, in communication with their kids.
What is this, Red?
What they need to do to barricade their doors.
Hey, that was
was a taped interview with Sheriff Bouchard. We now have Sheriff Mike Bouchard on the phone with us. He's joining us now live, talking about the resources heading that way right now. Sheriff, what have you been able to gather relative to what's going on the scene right now at the Michigan State campus?
Well, we're in a caravan right now. I'm leading a group of all of our heavy equipment and our special resources and our special tactic kind of equipment and personnel. And then we're meeting at 2 different locations, and then we'll fill in wherever they need us.
What is it that you have with you in terms of the resources? This is the only reassuring thing that the parents who are watching right now could actually see.
Well, we have pretty much anything and everything they would need. We've got armor, so if we need to evacuate anybody or move in between anything to protect anybody, we've got 5 armored vehicles, armored. We've got mobile tactical commands. We have mobile SWAT commands. We have mobile radios.
Yeah,
so we're going to
I'm hearing that too, Sunshine.
Bring all the different agencies together with the ability to patch our radio systems. Pretty much anything that I imagine that they might need, we're bringing. If they don't need it, that's fine. If they need it, we'll have it there.
Taryn Asher with me as well.
And Sheriff, maybe you could talk about when you do arrive, or perhaps how law enforcement goes about tracking down a suspect under these very difficult circumstances when you're dealing with the dark, when you're dealing with such a large campus and many places where this individual could be, how and why you want people to really shelter in place because of it.
Well, the more they shelter in place and stay out of any kind of movement or activity, the more likely it makes it easier to identify who is out and not have as many potential sightings or targets to go investigate. So in addition to all of our heavy vehicles, which is why we're running so slow, which is the only reason I can actually talk to you right now, because we're driving relatively slow to keep all these gears together. We're also bringing canines and drones. The drones obviously will have thermal and other kinds of things, and the canines can do tracking so that, again, anything that we need to plug in to assist, we're going to help any way we can.
Sheriff, one more question I had for you. I know you got a lot of phone calls coming in. When you have an active shooter situation like this on a campus like Michigan State University, a place that holds 45,000 plus people, it's a mini city. I went there, Taryn went there. I mean, we know, what are some of the things that they have to really do to try to catch this person who's responsible?
Well, when people see or hear something, they should call it in. They shouldn't go investigate it, but they should call it in if they hear or see something that is unusual, or any kinds of sightings or movements, any kind of things that they think may be related to this, but not go out. They should be sheltering in place, locking themselves down. That's the best way to stay safe. That's the hide part of the run, hide, fight. Because if they go out, they don't know where the danger is, and you don't want to be going towards it. That's our job, to go towards the danger.
Run, hide, fight, something that through the Alice training, through the years of training that you've been doing at workplaces and schools, things changed in recent years, didn't they?
Well, the principles are pretty much the same. Run, hide, fight. Get away from it if you can, but in a situation like this where you don't know where the danger is and you don't.
Research laboratory. We're gonna hold here for a few more. Copy. Open door watch, open room 27, human energy research at IM circle. I'm gonna hold air 2255. The station is south entrance to IM circle.
We can do aerial coverage.
Copy. For units referencing West Wilson Hall, being Dodge Ram, circling over and over. White male wearing overcoat and jeans with boots is pacing in front of the building. 347, dispatch RTF 8. 1515 to 1635 on LA North. Copy, RTF 8, respond to Wilson Hall West. Wilson Hall West for a black Dodge Ram making loops.
Okay, so this truck.
LT approved overtime. I'm going to be heading over to the residence.
This truck has been going slowly back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's.
Go ahead.
Lead and direction.
Units and I am circle. There's a group of people barricading in the men's locker room on the ground floor, just for info.
Central.
340. I am circle. On LA North. Are you trying to call me? Is there an additional RTF group that can meet at IM Circle to help clear the room?
217 around.
Okay. RT4 can go.
Negative. RTF 11, we have a red Mustang at high rate of speed.
They got somebody.
Unknown plate.
They got somebody on the ground right here.
Eastbound Auditorium.
Copy, Eastbound Auditorium. Lechmere.
Over.
Eastbound from Auditorium, white Mustang, high rate to speed, white male driver, unknown plate. That was a red Mustang. Red Mustang.
8 go down.
Looking at some additional video that we received from apartment on the campus of Michigan State University. Grand River it was, and there were some students, there was groups of people running, it appeared. Right now we're back to live pictures. It does seem that there is not, although there is a large police presence on the campus right now, that there doesn't seem as much.
Is there an additional RTF group that can meet at IM Circle to help clear the room?
217 around.
Okay. RT4 can go.
And that he is short and he is armed and he is dangerous. So police actively searching for that individual. We have some sound we want to have you listen to the came from the student earlier today about what they saw in this report.
So my friends and I were doing a little bit of thing for Valentine's Day, and so we went to Kroger, went to Michael's. As we're going down, we're on Division off of Division Street. Grand River's 2 blocks away. Across the street, the Hall, Berkey Hall. As we're pulling out, we see 20 plus cop cars all over the place. They're just insane. A little curious. Start going down Grand River towards the Kroger.
Ryan Hall, 3rd floor, shots fired. Again.
All over the place. And obviously, as we got the MSU.
Ryan Hall, 3rd floor, shots heard.
Run, hide, fight. We kind of turned on the news, everything, and heard more and more cop cars.
And they're saying that there's a red Mustang that they're pursuing in high rate of speed.
Fox News Jessica Duknak talking to a student as we take a live look right now. We are moments away from the news conference. Our own Randy Wimbley is live right now. In a few moments, where he'll be bringing us that news conference with law enforcement as they talk about what unfolded on the campus of Michigan State University. What we know right now is that multiple people were shot on the campus of Michigan State University beginning at 8:18 p.m. inside of Berkey Hall. About 40 minutes later, at the IMEC Intramural building, about a 20-minute walk away. There was yet reports of another shooting taking place. Police believe there was only one shooter. There is no report that that shooter has been apprehended at this time. At this point, that suspect is still at large. All we know is that that person is short and wearing a mask. Wait.
As well as coming from McDonald Hall again.
Shit.
Livingston County. Brian Hall.
We're on scene. It's down building. You said they were bringing the patient outside.
That's correct. They were supposed to be on the south side of the building.
RDS 14 if you're
when you're clear, head home, so I'll meet up by the cars.
The scanner, my scanner's going. My scanner's going nonstop, as you guys can hear.
Definitely when you're clear of your positions in Holmes Hall.
They're still hearing shots, guys.
DF-17 is that I am sports circle where you need us.
Just about 3. Looks like there's quite a bit of 3,500 inside.
RTF2, command, we're in Campbell. You guys get an update on a room.
Okay, clear on that. Are you guys going to be classical?
Medic 93, I'm still trying to get further. Sounds like PD brought the patient out and left the scene.
We did not get any update for Campbell Hall at this time.
Shoulders on site. Can you repeat that?
All right, here we go. Press conference, folks.
Boston 6-8, where you jail?
We'll get the truth now.
Okay, basement and first floor clear. We're going to be pushing up to level 2. There's multiple people barricaded, sheltering in place. About 20 people in the front room. There's here. It sounds like the police brought the patient outside to the south side of the building, and then they just left her there.
Copy. They're showing you catching the second floor, Campbell.
Okay, copy. Well, continue to search.
TF1, we're making entry into Phillips Hall. Copy, making entry into Phillips.
Right.
6-8, I'll have you head towards the suspicious person. Man in fitness, Marty Mall. Collar saw a black male with a blue hat. He was limping with a long blue sleeve shirt, walking fast on the side of Planet Fitness towards Marsh.
All right, guys, here comes the
most accurate and updated information. We will not be taking questions at this time, but we will provide another update in an hour. So at midnight, same time, same spot, we will be giving you an additional update. Rosman is spelled R-O-Z-M-A-N.
So we are very saddened to report that there has been an incident on the campus of Michigan State University. There has been shots fired and a shooting in multiple locations near campus. Please understand that the information that we're sharing right now is preliminary. Our priority right now is the safety of our students and our campus. The information that we're sharing may change, but we are going to be as transparent as we can and share as much information as we can. But that information may change as it's preliminary. This incident started this evening around 8:18 p.m. at Berkey Hall on campus. We received multiple 911 calls of a shooting inside Berkey Hall. Numerous officers responded. We were quickly on scene within minutes. And there we did locate several victims of a shooting. The incident did move to a building in close proximity, the Michigan State University Union building, where there was another report of a shooting immediately following the first incident. Police and emergency responders acted quickly. We tended to the victims at both of those scenes, and there was an overwhelming law enforcement response to campus to help with this situation. I can confirm that there were at least 5 victims. All 5 victims were transported to the hospital. Some of those victims do have life-threatening injuries. The suspect in this incident, and we believe there to be one suspect, was last seen leaving the MSU Union on foot out of the north side of that building. We are just receiving surveillance footage of that suspect that we will be releasing shortly. Initial information is that the suspect is a black male, shorter in stature, wearing red shoes, a jean jacket, and a ball cap. And we will follow up with additional descriptors of that suspect. Community members on and off campus should remain sheltered in place. We immediately launched our emergency notification system and advised the entire MSU campus to shelter in place as this suspect is still outstanding. For people on campus, please do not come to campus. I can't say that enough. For parents, we understand. I can only imagine the emotion that's involved right now. It's going to help us, and it's going to help our response, and it's going to help us identify the shooter, the less people that are on campus at this point. Please do not come to campus. We are doing everything we can to ensure the safety of our campus and all of our students. We currently have hundreds of police officers and law enforcement officials, state, local, and federal, on campus working in a coordinated effort to ensure the safety of campus and identify and apprehend the suspect. All campus activities will be canceled for the next 48 hours, including sporting events, classes, and all campus-related activities. Please follow our Twitter page for updates. We are sharing live updates at that location. I can't stress this enough. You're probably hearing a lot of information and misinformation right now from social media, the scanner, calls that we're receiving that are not accurate. We strongly encourage you to follow the accurate information source, and we will continue to provide as many updates and accurate updates as we can. There has been false reports of additional shootings. There has been false reports of the suspect seen in numerous different locations. Those reports are not accurate. Please follow us for accurate information. As I said, we're very early on in this investigation. It remains ongoing, and we are going to continue to meet back here and provide updates on the hour. We wanted to provide as much accurate information as possible right now, and we will continue to do that moving forward. As I said, information is very preliminary at this point, and we are working very hard to gather that information, to accurately get it out to our community, to students, to parents, and to everybody who needs that information. Please know that the safety and security of this campus and our students is our absolute priority at this point. We will meet back here at midnight for an additional update. We will push out some information, including a photograph of the suspect obtained immediately following this briefing. Thank you, and we'll see you back here in an hour.
Guys, Michigan State Police with a news conference just wrapping up saying that a photo is coming soon of this suspect. We know that 5 people have been shot on the campus of Michigan State.
And we want to now, we have some official word about what actually happens. We want to walk you through the specifics coming from police.
Okay.
Of course, they did say this is preliminary information, but we do know, as we reported at Berkey Hall at 8:18, there was multiple 911 calls that came in because there was a shooting inside Berkey Hall. There were multiple victims. Police say the suspect then moved to the Union and opened fire inside the Union Hall. Others shot as well. There's a total of 5 victims with life-threatening injuries. They were taken to the hospital. He said there was, quote, an overwhelming police presence that responded to both scenes, the 5 victims, and transporting them to the hospital. That suspect was last seen at the MSU Union left on the north side on foot, and they have been working to track down this individual ever since. They do have surveillance video, as Rube mentioned. They are working to get that out, but this is the brief description that we know at this point. This was an individual, short in stature. They said a black man with red shoes, a red jacket, or jean jacket rather, and a ball cap, and that he is armed and he's dangerous. They are working as we speak. They also went on to say that please don't pay attention to there have been many reports, Rube, of multiple areas where these shootings have taken place. At this point, we know that it's just the Union, he had mentioned, and Berkey Hall.
That's right. And we should stress that right now the students that are on campus are being held in safe
Guys, I'm
places
here.
right
I'm
now.
grabbing a drink
on the
real
phone with
quick.
us right now is a young man named Perry.
I'll be right back.
He's inside of Brody Hall. Perry, we just got a briefing from the police, and we'll repeat it for those who are watching and also for you on the phone, that they believe that 5 people were shot on the campus of Michigan State University, some in critical condition at Berkey Hall and also Union as well. They have a suspect picture that they're going to be releasing very soon of a young man who's short in stature, red shoes, jeans, and a ball cap, appears to be a black male. This is what we know so far. You're inside of Brody Hall, Perry. What is it that you're being told? And tell us what happened tonight as this unfolded in your experience.
Well, right now we're on lockdown here. We're being told to stay in our dorms. We have the doors locked. We're told that door access is not available right now, so people cannot get into the dorms unless they're police escorted. And we're told that one of the suspects wearing a white hoodie has been walking around and is just past near Armstrong Hall. So the suspects are still at large, and we don't really know where they are right now. So we're just hanging low here and staying in our dorms.
Well, just so you know, and if you can spread the word over there at Brody Hall, because when young people look, as you know, Perry, and I don't want to be the old guy in the room saying this, but look just at social media and those police scanners, you hear a lot of reports that aren't true. But what we do know is true right now is that there is one suspect. That one suspect was last seen leaving Union Hall. And that happened after another shooting at Union Hall, wearing red shoes, jeans, a ball cap, short in stature. And that is something that we want to make sure that you can tell your friends at Brody Hall, that some of the scanner traffic, some of these tweets, they're all over the place. And we got to make sure that we're giving good information out there. This just came from Michigan State Police. 5 people shot, some in critical condition. What happened initially when you, where were you at 8:18 p.m. and what did you hear and how did you know what was going on?
At 8:18 p.m., I was in my car initially, and I got a report via Outlook email that there was a suspected shooter. So then I went up to my dormitory to take shelter.
And when you got there, were you told, I know you were getting text messages, what were some of those text messages? What did they tell you, and what did some of the students tell you? Were they worried initially, or was there a general sense of calm that it wasn't happening right in your dorm?
Well, in the beginning, we actually thought it might have been a false alarm, but later on, we got 2 more reports that there were shots fired. And then we were quite confident that it was real. Of course, it was happening on the other end of the campus, so we thought that we were probably safe. But we got a lot of reports. Most of them were probably false reports that they were nearby. And from then on, we were very much on edge.
I'll tell you, Perry, I know that as soon as something like this happens, however large that campus seems at first, becomes a pretty tight, small community. So clearly this is something that affected people so much so. Even if the building where this happened was across the other way of campus, when you know someone's out there on the loose, it can really be scary, can't it?
Yeah, it can.
Well,
we were all very scared. The general sentiment here is one that's of fright, I would say, generally.
Well,
we're all pretty scared here.
Just know that we're all thinking of you, and please know that we're all praying for safety, and we hope that at some point in this night, that person will be caught. When that person is caught, you can try your best to resume this night in a way that at least allows you to have some solace in knowing that the campus is safe. We thank you for joining us here today.
his video of the shooter. We can get an idea through the video. If she can help, please.
Randy Wimbley, he's standing
Clear
by
through.
Pittsburgh Hospital with the very latest.
Copy, you said Campbell room 12.
Hey guys, the media relations director here at Sparrow Hospital just told us that
Yeah, Officer Waldrop gets the video from them.
reported here after the shootings at MSU. He did not elaborate on their conditions or how they're doing at the moment, but as we heard from MSU PD just a few moments ago, they had life-threatening injuries, but the hospital is not commenting on the status and the conditions of those victims right now, or if they're expecting more victims to be brought in after this shooting. 5 people were hurt.
We're currently clearing most now.
60. For TF1, we're clear. Where can we go next? If you can respond to Brian Hall on the reports of shots fired. Possibly on the 3rd floor.
Brian Hall, 3rd floor.
Just while we're roll.
Shots fired.
Area of 22 South Magnolia, 122 South Magnolia.
Do you know what that is, Popper?
A couple people running south on Magnolia. Doesn't know if it's related to the university or not.
6758, this guy SWAT, still on the 3rd floor, Brian. We're clearing it, no shots have been heard.
Okay, copy. RTF1, you clear on that. There's units on there. Nothing heard. 1040, Hills, head that way or no?
877, I'm locked in. I'm gonna work north south township. 11-6 on me.
1136.
RTF-17, where's that available? Go ahead.
Copy.
We're gonna be available for calls till about midnight. Then we gotta bounce over to Eaton County.
We're getting reports at Shaw Hall East. Shaw Hall East in the U. Caller can see a black pickup truck and a white sedan. You able to check that? Gonna check the area 521 West Maple Street, 521 West Maple Street. Caller son's unknown subject with a mask. Wearing all black on a child's bike and had a bag. Possibly had a gun sticking out of the bag, but he wasn't sure. Just want the area checked. Been holding for about half hour now. 10-4, I'll show you through. It sounds like most of our calls that are pending are just being thrown out of priority 3 and just added to our calls that are involved. Other than that, I'm not really showing anything much that I can send you to.
What's location again?
East.
Yeah, I'll advise calls just on our way. Austin up as well with the 1131, so my 1136. Thank you.
10-4, thank you. Shaw Hall East at the U. Reports of a black truck and a white sedan out there.
They've been talking
about possibly hearing shots. Copy.
Dispatch from Tax. What was that RTF unit going to Shaw?
Shaw Hall East for the Battalion 11 from the Fire Center. RTF 17. 1136. Battalion 11 from Fire Center. Can I have you switch to Lansing North? And I'll have you take a call there.
Go ahead, I'm Fire Girl 6 from Battalion 11. Frank 38 is the TAC team on the 3rd floor of Bryant. Are you guys in the comms?
This kind stuff is not comms. Obviously, we're about to head back to Camp Post. 3rd floor is clear at Bryant.
We've got a fire alarm going off at the Hub Apartments, 918 East Grand Road, right over there by Cedar Village. Just curious how you want us to respond, if you want to do units on scene there or send someone else.
627.
1136, good evening. Really appreciate you guys helping out. You guys go check the area around 155 Cascade Boulevard, City's Edge. It's got a lot of people on the line saying there's a few subjects walking around that look suspicious.
I've got units in the station to be able to cover that. Matter of fact, so. All right, the 2nd floor team of Bryant, we're standing outside waiting for you guys. Yeah, we'll go check the area.
Okay, thank you.
See you there in a second. Special for 10-9, please. Sorry.
1136, be advised. One caller saying there's 3 subjects that are walking back towards the apartment. Can you possibly walk up and whether case there's a hearing on that way?
Either. Dragging on. 877 10-4. 10-4, thank you. 60.
60.
We've cleared the first floor of East and West McDonald. Where was the call at? The shops.
You're fine, Nikki. Relax.
From the last unit, if you could respond to the hub apartments with fire alarm going off there, just for scene security for the fire department. 1-3 other way. I know that. We got a lot of process. Yes, sir. 1136. Just advised for 877. I'm coming from that Lansing Post right now. Should be there in about 15 minutes or so.
877, clear on that. For units be advised in front of 616 MAC, 616 MAC Avenue, worked on an unknown male wearing a red jacket with the hood up, walking with a backpack in his hand, unknown if related.
They're going to be looking at everybody and anybody now.
59 at Durango.
Boston 68, can I have you head towards the suspicious vehicle?
Alright, DS9, we're in Acre.
Okay, thank you. Just have someone call 911 to verify. Hey, Boston 1. It's going to be College Road and Jolly Road for red SUV.
Looks like we'll be out with the accused here. In front of the caller's address.
Clear. Private.
1615, just drove around the block and back to police. Looking like it's clear.
Thank you so much.
5-8 all, please Charlie Brian Hall. Losing slots coming to the command post.
Copy, units are clear, Brian Hall.
Command post.
What? 1615.
Like everybody's leaving.
Are done at the pavilion. We're available. We also have a second team here.
Fox 2 in Detroit is doing a really good job of recapping everything that we know so far. I'm actually happy for being with us here as we cover this breaking news out of East Lansing, Michigan State University. We just heard our team at Fox 2 talking about that suspect picture. We now have it. I want to pull it up here as we heard from police just moments ago talking about what we know regarding this shooting so far. You can see in this photo here what the suspect looks like as he is still on the loose right now. So police describe him as a black male, shorter in stature, red shoes, jean jacket. He was wearing a baseball cap that's navy with a lighter brim. So that is the
those don't look red to me.
A bit of a better look at his shoes as well as we remove the banner there for you to get a good look at the suspect. And we heard them.
Sure, there's a male
about what we know so far as well, but also just want to go through it again in case you are just joining us as we're following this breaking news out of East Lansing. We know that 5 people have been transported to a hospital following this shooting, the shooting that happened at multiple locations throughout Michigan State University's campus. Police saying that some of the victims are in life-threatening condition. Police acted quickly. They said they got to the scene within minutes. They
look kind of orange or pink, in my opinion.
The scenes that they were called
Excuse me, guys, for eating, by the way, in front of you. I just haven't eaten today.
There's a lot of misinformation going on
kind of my dinner,
right
so
now. A lot of
apologies.
rumors circulating on social media, but they want people to just follow what they're saying. Any information?
Yeah, there was just a picture here, Sunshine. They just showed it.
Looking for one suspect. Again, that image here as we pull it up again.
Right there. It's right there, Sunshine.
Suspect is wearing as that suspect is still.
Yeah, those look pink or orange.
So we are expecting another update here in about a half hour or so, hoping to be able to bring you more information then as soon as we hear from police. Now, again, our team at Fox 2.
This one shooter,
reporters on the ground.
Did this all over campus?
Campus in different areas covering this extensively for us as we're waiting to see any new developments as they hopefully are able to find the suspect and bring him into custody. One of our reporters and colleagues at Fox 2 Detroit did talk with some students and people who were there in East Lansing at the time that all of this was happening. I want to play out what they have to say now here for you on Live Now from Fox.
It's definitely not.
20 plus cop cars all over the place. It was just insane, a little curious. Start going down Grand River towards the Kroger, towards the Michaels, and from Lansing, 7, 8, 9 cop cars going all over the place. And obviously, as we got the MSU alerts, active shooter, whatever, run, hide, fight, we kind of turned on the news, everything, and heard more and more cop cars. We saw an armored vehicle on the road as well. It was just insane, and heard the helicopters and everything.
What's going through your mind, man, when you're seeing all this?
I mean, it's scary, yeah. Like, it's
North
totally
and West Campus.
It's
okay, Dan.
Valentine's Day, you have no clue. We're just trying to do something. Everyone's probably going out to eat late night or whatever else. And
I'm just trying to figure out how one person may have done this in multiple places. That was all I was wondering.
Do you know of any of your friends that are hurt at all?
No, luckily I reached out to all my friends from Dearborn and everything, reaching out to me, making sure I'm safe. I'm making sure all our other friends are safe. At MSU, my little brother, he's in the dorms in Hubbard, which is, where some activities going on, but we make sure he's safe and, everyone's safe that I know.
What did he say to you? What's it like in Hubbard right now?
I mean, he was taking some videos. It's complete lockdown. He hears screams, people running across the street as he's looking down. He's on the 9th floor, luckily. So, he's got a little bit of buffer, a little bit of area to make sure no one could get up to him. But, yeah, screams. I mean, he's scared as well. We told him to put his dresser in front of his door and make sure no one can come out. And it's just that area right there. I mean, that's where suspects are. It's chaotic.
I agree, Gina. That's why I was staying live to hope to see if they catch him.
But now it's real.
Yeah. And I mean, this is something, you always hear it in the news, and like, it was just a normal day. Like we said, normal night, we're going out and, it's a real thing. It's
Kimball
scary.
Hall, Union Hall is North Campus, Bryan Hall is West. Got you. Okay.
Away, making sure everyone's safe, but it's
well, they kept saying that they were hearing shots fired at Bryan Hall, but they cleared that one. Union Hall, that somebody said they heard, or Campbell Hall, they heard shots too, but they cleared that, I think.
I'm Olivia Murray. Spelled first name was OLIVIAMURRAY.
They said that they
I'm a junior.
the shooter walked away from the campus, so that's what I don't understand why they're still clearing the campus.
Terrified. I was sitting.
I mean, I'm sure they're still looking for possible other shooters. I get it, but
just like shivering, feeling like out of me since I heard what first was happening. And
yeah, it really was, right? I was impressed with that.
We had chapter and a lot
quick and in a hurry.
Home to their dorms, and we have so many girls, and it's so.
I think they have I hate to say it like this, but a mass shooting task force, as most places do nowadays.
Screaming, and it's just like a really terrible feeling.
Union's the dining hall, right? You had said that earlier.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
there were police cars everywhere, and I mean, luckily we were going in the opposite direction, but we didn't know what it was at the time when we were driving away. But I mean, there was so much commotion. It was definitely scary.
Have you checked in with folks, anybody that's hurt that you know of?
No one that I know of that's hurt, thank goodness. But I've been checking every day. I know everyone's been checking on home and stuff, which is really nice.
Right.
But no.
I think a lot of them do now.
How does it feel to be away from
Lansing is a main state police headquarters. That makes plenty of sense. Then that explains how and why they got there so fast.
Very, very grateful and to be surrounded by my friends.
How far away from you is this, Dan?
I got the boys. We're at the courtyard now. I'm keeping them here.
Tom, just the intro for his friend, so we got it.
Tom, T-O-M, last name T is in Tom, A, F is in Frank, E is in Edward, L, Larry, S-K-I.
Tell me who you got at campus.
So I have a couple, my two sons, 2 of my 3 sons are at Michigan State. I have a senior and then a freshman, and then I have a junior that's at Central Michigan. And we got together for dinner. Kind of dropping off, tightening up.
Command post, which RC unit over the hub with the fire department?
13. Glass of oil to point towards Meyer for possible domestic, 6200 South Penn. I was at a bus stop. It was a white male, white female, both with dark hoodies that were assaulting each other. The guy had a stick at one point. The female was chasing the male around by the bus stop.
Sure, how there's open going back and forth, yeah. Okay, you know what's up? There's multiple now.
RTF 1-3, we're out with fire right now. Copy. I believe there's only one, and it's
Okay,
going to be the one towards here on the left side of the building.
Okay, we're now.
RT4, Brody Hall is clear except for the people that are sheltering in place. Copy, Brody Hall clear except for the people sheltering. 20 Adam 4 and 20 Adam 2.
RTS 11, we're clear. Where do you need us? 20 Adam 4.
RTF 11, are you able to respond to Acres Hall East with a report of a suspicious black pickup truck?
They're still not responding to that truck.
Are you willing to assist a MSP with a suspicious situation?
Say that again.
Yep, we'll be around. 10-4, 20 Adam 2 can help as well. Do we at RTF 9?
RTF 9.
We're at Acres, have been here for quite a while. What is this vehicle description?
It's a black pickup truck. We keep getting calls on it. I don't know if it's this area.
Okay, nothing visible from the front of the hall here.
I think 20 Adam 4, 20 Adam 2. I'm actually going to have you guys respond to a suspicious person, 439 Eureka Street. 1439 Eureka Street from male walking around with a white mask and an arm pack.
10-4.
Units be advised receiving reports from Wonders Hall South. Wonders Hall South reports of one shot heard near the back docking area.
1615 in the area, maybe. 347 is RTF 7 available.
1615, thank you. RTF 7?
347 to RTF 7. You're going to stay by at that location once you're there.
I'm
14.
absolutely fine, Gina.
10-4 will stand by at that location once we're there. 303 here, and there's going to be a food officer checking shortly to start covering the road.
Absolutely fine.
I'm Boston 61. Can I have you have heard those suspicious vehicles fully? 14, can you actually stay at, are you at home still? Okay. 6-1 and up. 10-4. It's going to be a red meeting lot. They just turned their lights off. Caller's an employee and just would like it checked out due to the situation.
RTF 7. I said 14. I meant to say 10-4. Would you like us to go to South or South?
10-4.
I appreciate you,
Yes,
man.
10-4, thank you. Apologies for confusion.
I appreciate it.
And I'll send this channel.
It was Victor 2, 1 or 2. Male gonna be.
Okay.
I got you. I got you.
Trooper 6, just letting you know we're leaving. Trooper 3 will be the airborne asset. That's all we took go. 1615 UTL and Maple.
Copy, thank you. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you for checking on me, though.
Dispatcher 42.
Gina, I appreciate you.
42. Hey, boss, you want to go out?
1-10-4.
Just making sure you know.
What happened here? Well, that's just Twitter. Hold on, folks. My apologies. Trying not to lose.
Where that initial report of shots fired came in at Berkey Hall.
Absolutely.
Saying
you guys
that
are more than
everyone
happy
is
if you
just
want to
in
donate to
shock
give me some
and
coffee, go
terrified.
for it.
I mean, it's exactly what you would expect.
You don't have to.
if
It's
you
a
were,
joke, guys.
God forbid, in that type of situation. So we are
Really
constantly
was
in contact
a
with
joke.
students as they are still hiding out, still waiting for an update from police, as police have been reminding people to remain sheltered in place. Let's listen to another MSU who spoke with Fox 2 Detroit on what they.
There's chatter about being publicized like this.
Clear, bro. Thank you. 877. You said there was a scanner about what? About the scanner that being used by the suspect.
Oh, wait.
These new apartments here have got on-site security. They're advising everything is 10-2. 1136, I will say to the next. Sure, 1136, go ahead. Deputy 4-4 of Armstrong. Ranger 8, you said 4-4 of Armstrong is clear? RGS, second floor of Campbell, secure. 1136, you want to check on a possible beginning that occurred 3820 Jerry Street, 320 Jerry Street that came in when all this started happening. If anybody out there, call her to Jaleesa. So we need a Wonders Hall to be clear. Yeah, we just had a call from Wonders Hall south of hearing one shot possibly coming from like the docking area. Okay, I apologize. Just advise.
Why did it jump off again? Hold on, guys. My apologies again. There we go.
Airport Wilson Avenue, I'll have 1615 back when he's checking the area. Position 30.
Thank you, Brandy.
Yes, sir, it's going to be 3804 Wilson Avenue, 3804 Wilson Avenue for a flight. Callers at Jerome. Data is somebody's taking his medication. He was verbally arguing with somebody. Possible 96 issue. Clear, Bobby Road.
Thank you so much, Miss Brandy.
Yeah.
Sure.
RTF 10 available. Okay, clear on that. We'll check with our unit. Thank you.
I think Sherry said.
RTF 10. DC1, DC2 intact.
Oh no, Sherry, no. That's what I do. This is what I do.
Victor 2. I'm gonna be available a little bit for some calls. I'm up here. Give me a friend or a second. I'll drive through there. Oh. Okay.
I got them all in one, Mike. That's it.
1635 West. Copy, RTF 18. I show you what M call. Anyone specific at Bryan Hall? Thank you. RT4.
Damn it.
Is that Bryan? RT4, we got reports of a subject who walked out of Bryan Hall and threw something in the dumpster.
Son of a
Because
bitch.
there were 2 nails, and then they ran through a fence into the lot in Cedar Green and got into an older silver Ford Escape and left northbound towards Michigan. Okay. Medic 411, Medic 411.
That's not what I wanted to see.
411, go ahead. And Virginia 3 on report
There are no words to even put into perspective how hard that is to hear, and of course for the parents out there who are watching this right now.
Hopefully the picture of that suspect is circulating on social media, and this person is going to be caught soon. But like we've said, this is a very large campus, so it's going to be challenging for law enforcement.
Yeah, and police, as you were speaking with Sheriff Bouchard, I was speaking with Lieutenant Shaw. Pretty soon, the police are going to outnumber the number of students there with just the sheer force that they're doing, and they're working in conjunction. They train for these scenarios, right?
Sure.
So you have multiple agencies that have to figure out who's the lead agency, figure out where we're going to stage and treat the injured, where are we going to make sure that these areas are clear.
Please, please.
through all the social media reports, because as we were reporting
Amen
earlier,
to that one.
there were many different scenes. Well, it turns out there really weren't. There
We
was
have
just a
3
few.
confirmed fatalities,
It was a
sadly,
coordinated
on
effort
top
that
of
has
the
to take
5
place,
that
and
were
at the same
transported to
time,
the
they have
hospital.
to eliminate this threat, and that's priority 1.
And he was last seen, this individual, this is the suspect right there. The police just released that image. He was last seen leaving the Union Hall where the second shooting took place, north on foot. So we know that police have brought in canines to be able to track this person. Hopefully that will, certainly aid in their search, but that's where he was last seen as he was fleeing the scene.
This picture is probably, this is someone who, if this person is indeed responsible for this, is someone who we wish we never had to see again. But this is a picture that's critically important at this hour in the investigation to share as much as possible. If you have a phone and you have Twitter, if you have TikTok, if you have Facebook, if you have Instagram, find a way to share this picture, because you don't know who's going to see it. Right now, Nerve Central is East Lansing and Lansing. This person was last seen running away from the union, the student union building. This person is somewhere in that area.
I am sure that this person is probably not wearing any of what he had on. Okay.
Work to find this person.
Thank you so much, Gina. I do appreciate you.
Yes. Unfortunately, 5 hurt.
You know that.
In this shooting, some life-threatening injuries. 3 others have been killed in this mass shooting on the campus of Michigan State University. Multiple police agencies on scene.
I'm trying to stay live to have them catch this person if this is any possible, if it's possible at least. Thank you so much, Miss Gina. I do appreciate you, as I said.
You just finished talking to a mom whose child had to witness now this and that as well. You think a little bit about preparation and what law enforcement does to make sure that people can be safe. Ultimately, it seems almost impossible in some way to stop someone who wants to do that kind of harm on a campus this big.
And that's the thing, right? It's a giant campus. We've all been there, we've all experienced it, and you remember what it's like navigating it at night. He has the advantage of knowing where he's going and knowing the campus fairly well, we can assume.
Yeah, doesn't it, Red? That's what I was going to say.
A coordinated effort, which they are working to right now, to kind of box him in and figure out where this person is and make sure he doesn't leave and cause any more chaos. And obviously, that's probably
we should mention that the interesting part about what the Oakland County Sheriff's Department and other agencies are deploying as they arrive there, and I'm sure they probably have by now, are thermal reading drones. Look,
nice.
Can see in the dark. Yeah, drones that can be put up in the air and they can detect, as you can imagine, the infrared green imagery of the heat of a body being seen.
I have a
that's what
platform scanner, Mike.
Around this area.
The way it's set up, I used it when I was in firefighting and EMS, and it gives me everybody. If I hook into it, I can hear fire, EMS, state police, local, all of it together at one time. And it's just rolling out a general signal through 911. It's pushing everything out. That's what I'm listening to.
But when you see somebody like this who's wearing a mask, who's come prepared, why Berkey Hall? Why the Union Hall? What was behind this? What would make someone take such a hateful,
almost looks
destructive act to the
older
of Michigan State University
than what a student would be, in my opinion? I might be wrong.
It's scary to think about it, but we need to get this person in custody. You can see the hat, the jean jacket with a Sherpa shearling collar, red shoes, jeans, a mask that covers.
And that stuff is probably gone, folks.
And it appears some sort of vest or backpack.
This person is probably not wearing this anymore.
Well.
I think you make a good point about, looking at motive and trying to figure out who may have been involved with something some kind of an altercation that could have happened. But beyond that, it's so hard, even with this picture, though, outside of, the jacket and the jeans and the red shoes, but the face itself is covered. And so you talk about the mask, you're looking at only half of your face, and even the other half kind of covered a little bit with the hat. You can't even tell the age of the person. You can't even tell much about the suspect. But again,
oh, absolutely. No worries, bro. Don't. No sorries needed. Yeah, I did 7.
Around the campus to see where this person is.
What the police are telling people to shelter in place and not go out there and get in the way and as they're trying to hunt this person down. If you listen to them, if you stay where you are sheltering in place,
I don't think it is, Dan. I don't think it's a student.
and then we'll be able to talk to them specifically.
Frank 38, is there anyone inside Emmons right now?
Yep, Officer Brandon.
Yeah, we have a 5-man team on the west side of Emmons. We're gonna go check it.
Copy, I have another team in it.
On the east side of Emmons.
I would go with a disgruntled ex-employee before a student.
RTF 4.
I'm running my my service scanner.
No, we have no assignment. We are waiting at Ryan to be sent somewhere. 10-4. Boston 6-1. I'm going to have you head towards the trouble subject, 2573 Abbott Road. The caller says Jenny and Zanata, 20-year-old Arabic female wearing a light shirt, green pants, no weapons. 96 issues. She's calling issues, does not live here. 10-4 now.
RTF 18, can you just have that group move around to the east side and we can do this all as one?
Yep, RTF 4, you clear on that.
Central Trooper 6.
Trooper 6. Boston 6-8, you're Walter.
8 Boston 1.
Boston 1-1.
Boston 6-8, we're going to run, Gosser. The other 3 are cleared.
10-4.
Same with the 3 roller northbound Harrison from Shaw. The east side of the road, just one single male. Looks like a light colored pants. You can't tell the description, but longer hair and maybe a beanie. Walking northbound, shoulder checking.
And they can check northbound here. Harrison from Shaw, east side of the roadway for subject, longer hair, possibly have a beanie on. Okay, 1553 north high.
So taking closes. Yeah.
Alright, clear on that. 11 Boston 1 also heading in that area. 1553 North High, black male, jean jacket, black pants, red shoes, walking Lake Lansing on High Street.
They got him.
Description.
This is it right here, folks.
Clear on that.
Jean jacket, red shoes.
1553 North High. My chief coming across the courtyard right now. We'll be visiting that.
And 54 off by the long spin is all 877 in the area.
Okay. Copy, out with the subject walking.
Oh. Cross your fingers, folks.
30, Albert Hall, knocking on.
It's all 6 just escorted a student back to their doorway. I was knocking on the door there.
Okay.
RTS 11, we're out of spin.
Copy.
Clear out call and clear out Clemens on 5 towards High Street, second.
They got a lock on this.
Is there an available team that can go to the Harrison Roadhouse receiving information of a male outside Harrison Roadhouse screaming and put a backpack on the ground? Yeah, come back.
I got one right here.
Copy. Yeah, it's gonna be a suspect wearing red shoes and a backpack.
Out here, sure enough.
Copy.
QRF2. Your mobile, get to that last call, please.
Mm-hmm. I think this is it.
QRF2, go ahead. We're in Campbell Hall, still clearing level 3.
Disregard that.
151.
RTS 3 has 4 operators that can head down there right now, right off Grand River.
They just
Glenn. Battalion 11 from Fire Center.
Roger, QRF 3, take that 7-minute time delay. 5 1 Harrison, road subject is clear.
they got eyes on somebody that matches this description right now.
151 Southwood. Harrison,
And red shoes.
good morning. 151 and 30 are going to be a Boston unit and 58.
Here we go, folks.
Good morning. Can you guys switch over north? We really got the end of the budget right now.
Assisting command from 16. Armstrong is clear, all 4 floors now.
Number 4. Copy, all 4 floors of Armstrong are clear.
Wizard Township, in charge of Station 2, Battalion 11, Fire Gun 6. RTS 29 has the perimeter secured around the Union.
That was RTS 29.
Go ahead, sir. Meet 201 and Chief Animal in front of the command center, please. Yeah, 29. Clear. I want to see the sheriff.
Brad, 151. We are available.
19-4, it's on the west side of the Union. I missed the last traffic.
29 he has prior.
It might be a woman.
11 from fire shop.
It's only one, go ahead.
Brad, 151. We have a weapons complaint. Caller was shot at by a silver SUV. They're going home to 900 Long Boulevard. We got multiple shots fired calls on it as well. If you make contact with them.
That might be a woman, folks.
Victor 2. Just to advise, we have a student in the chemistry building with a heart condition requesting an ambulance. High pulse. We do have PD trying to figure out and clear it, but once they're clear, we'll be medic.
Westbound from High Street. Lake Lansing is going westbound here on the south side of the road.
Subject is?
He just crossed the road.
Oh, shit.
The medic. The east and over to take that call.
RTS 28, are you still at Owens?
RTS 28, we're available. Clear. Attention.
Cover. Okay, so we were just getting information at Owens Hall East. Someone said that they think on the 5th floor, Q's may be there. Unknown why, no description.
Okay. See, Owen Hall East or Holmes? These lines in about 12 from the time left. Searching in the area.
Owen Hall East, Owen East.
8:18 p.m. We should tell you in about 9 minutes, there's going to be a news conference in which we're going to hear yet another update. This one's going to be much tougher for the police representative who before was teared up talking about 5 people injured. Now we'll have to report that 3 students have died in addition to 5 who were hurt.
And the deputy chief did tell us during that press conference that there was preliminary information that it would continue to change. They were going to be as transparent as possible with anything that they received and were able to confirm. Of course, we're all hoping to hear that the suspect has been captured. We will definitely know more, like Luke said, in about 7 minutes or so. But in the meantime, there's parents like the ones you spoke with.
Right.
And it's truly, you say nightmare, but this is what we're describing.
And the nightmare's ongoing. We're so used to these mass shootings happening in a confined school. I mean, for better or worse, they happen and then they end rather quickly. This one is continuing on for now 3 with still no end in sight because this person is still out there. We continue to show the picture, which is important, right? And we need, police need to do their job and everybody needs to listen to them.
Yeah, pull that backpack up.
347. They had 100 bodies as staging of 2-1. Like 13, subject is shot himself. We need that here now. During the base of I am hurt. There's 107 minutes left.
347?
We're going out with them 100 bodies.
347, body traffic.
322, shots fired.
Clear shot fire 2349. Subject down. DC 11 from fire center. 347, be advised, Lake Lansing and Larch. MSP found the subject who matched the description when they made approach. He shot himself. Known if it's related, but it's the description.
Shit.
Victor 2.
Did you hear that?
It's the V there.
Oh, no.
Victor 2, looks like you self-inflicted.
No, he shot himself. They approached and he shot himself.
347, Lansing Township. Go up there to his nest. Do you have a mobile RTF team you get up there?
Damn.
Is there a mobile RTF team? Guys, Lansing is out with a subject at Lake Lansing and Larch. The subject matching the accused is. Themselves. They're clear. 2350.
Wait a minute.
16 more mobile will go. 16 more mobile will go. Someone are about to pull up.
Okay.
They're getting ready. They're leaving from right here to go to this. What you guys are watching right here. I think they said that he did this himself. They approached and he shot himself.
Clear, I got my surrounded the day from come in. Officer Band 784, Officer Payne with Meridian Township for your welfare. Officer Band 784, Officer Payne with Meridian Township for your welfare.
Yeah, I got a contact team. We're gonna go up and join Henry.
5 minutes on it. Good. Copy.
Dispatch 493, I sent the email to both you, 484, and 482.
This is insane, guys.
Medics are morality conscious, breathing. What's the status?
Yes. 1136, he's not moving.
Clear, male not moving. GSW that. Can you repeat the sheet?
Yes, to the end. I'm sorry, I was going to get a hold of Mercy. DOA here.
Clear on that, possibly a DOA. Medics good to come in.
He's not moving.
347, let MSP know they've got RTF 3 heading that way.
Copy.
Yep, starting CPR, send medics. Incident man K902 from MSD K902. I'm heading that way as well. 1.7 Lake Lansing Road right now. We got a fire out here.
Clear fire and recovery.
Yes, one headed that way as well. 1635, everybody slow down.
Clear, all units can slow it down, still doing CPR.
Clear, back here.
It was a raccoon.
Second firearm in the backpack.
Clear, second firearm in the backpack.
Unreal.
Again, this is going to be a hooded jean jacket, black pants, and red shoes on.
Clear, jean jacket, black pants, red shoes.
We got no pulse still.
Clear, no pulse, continuing CPR.
This is it. This is him, guys.
21.
Pulse 21.
Multiple pistol magazines in the backpack as well.
We are evacuating 30 individuals from Spartan Stadium.
Clear, multiple magazines for backpack as well.
Multiple magazines.
Between 30 people from Spartan Stadium.
Boston 1, other units can slow it down. 32 Max have to come in from northeast.
Clear on that.
This is it.
Lock down that area for them so they can do their work.
Here it comes.
We're going on.
They're still rolling on it, too.
Even dealing with this live on the
Clear,
radio.
badge 6, Lansing badge 6, blocked off Lake Lansing and Larch, please. That's 148, we're around scene with that. Clear.
Yeah, they said multiple magazines in the backpack.
Shut down High Street in Lake Lansing, in addition to East and Lake Lansing, or all the way out to Cedar. That should work. 877, this is all taken care of here.
You want to start for Lake Lansing and Larch? Lake Lansing and Larch, we need help blocking off the road.
1615 clear last. I gotta go pick up my partner, then I'll be ready to go again.
Is there an available team that go to Chem Med or Chemical Building? They need a PDS score for someone who needs a med. Okay, clear enough. You guys give me an address here in front of them.
Everything started getting confusing once we got
This is sad all the way around. I mean, in every aspect, folks.
That has to be.
10 so it's going to be room 328 at Chemistry Building? No, Chemed. I need to please ask where.
I can only imagine. even though
I'm surprised. I thought this would be like an automatic scenario, like a semi-automatic weapon. Or...
All lanes closed. We're gonna start taping this off.
What is Chemed? For Chemistry Building, 578 South Shaw. 578 South Shaw. Room 28 for a medical assist.
They already did Sunshine.
Medic coming from Lake Lansing Large. We have an open pathway.
They just did Sunshine.
Is there any availability for MS 6-8 guns in 568? We have a person advising that there's a B&E.
Yeah, they were. It's great to talk to you.
They just came across.
We thank you for your time today. The news conference.
They just came across the scanner, said that
Please stay with us.
they had the identity of the suspect on a person walking down the road.
People who are much more important than us in your circle.
And as they approached, he pulled out a handgun and unalived himself. And they started doing CPR immediately, called for medic backup. It just came across the scanner here, Sunshine. And
Some of what you've already heard about 5 people being shot, 3 others dead.
they're saying that they're still calling no pulse. They have to wait until a medic can get there and
trying to figure out what's going on with that suspect.
it has to be called.
We would hope that they have narrowed down the location and possibly.
Yeah, I just heard it. And then they also checked the back. Said they found multiple.
And then it went over to the Union Hall where he also opened fire. It is very sad. All the students are sheltering.
Can I get a phone number from you there, please?
And we
Just tell us you call in my import phone.
No, he.
Who is it?
Trying to track this.
Of course, thank you. Can I have you head towards 1424 Hazlitt Road in East Lansing for an unwanted?
On this person,
Oh.
hoping to hear the suspect.
Yeah, one more.
There's a worker at the MSU.
Phone number, please.
This is sad.
Guys, we've got PD heading your way.
Right away, we saw that.
517-331-97.
He says, look, that's actually a back loading door facing Grand River Avenue. And so that.
We're clear all that. It's on Hazlitt or
according to the person who works there. He says he's concerned about that doorway.
Thank you.
He said it's been a concern for some time. And now he's concerned that perhaps.
I'll have you head towards the Hazlitt call. It's going to be 1424 Hazlitt Road. Whole apartment. It's going to be 3 males banging on the door, very intox, being verbally aggressive and loud. No weapons were mentioned or seized.
It's a social gathering. It's a restaurant.
We have about.
This is a place where people gather, right? And so it's
going to be shelter in place.
With this, luckily with the surveillance, they were probably likely to
11:36,
know why they did, that he was leaving the north side of the building and taking off on foot there because they were able to track the surveillance.
Right, we're just getting the still. They have the video of the folks to watch and they can see. And the surveillance that they're showing us, this image, David.
He's down, David.
One image that tells a bigger story. They're going to be able to tell not only where he left, but then other surveillance cameras from years ago is really kind of like the.
Hello?
The
Yeah, I'm good. Why?
As you go and you try to find this person, hopefully they'll say in this 12:20 news conference or so, that's when we believe this will happen, that, hey, this person has been caught.
What do you mean everything went blank?
And that would allay some of the immediate concern.
Did the stream go blank? Oh.
I can't do this, and I would have backed out because that level of authority would have made me just fucking bomb all over the floor. So
I
wouldn't have put that in release on your channel, that sort of thing. Just God, I'm so fucking disgusted.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did 17 years of this. this doesn't shock me anymore, but it's just sad. All of it's sad. And, 3 people lost for no reason. This person lost for no reason. Not that I feel have pity on this person, but it's just, you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, they're obviously he or she was, well, I think they said male was sick, and didn't have the right help. And that's, to me, that's sad. So, I mean, there's 5, yeah, there's 5 others that nobody knows about yet. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um, oh yeah, no, right. Right. Absolutely. Mm, keep a good eye on her. You're right. I, mm, mm-hmm. Right. Right. You're okay. You're okay. No, I appreciate it. I do. I'm no, no. That won't do it. There's other things that do, but that won't do it. I've seen way too much. I literally watched it live happen in front of my face. So it's whatever. Look, yeah. No. You're perfectly fine. I'm just waiting for them to hit this press conference and to clarify everything, which is getting ready to load out. So I'm here, and absolutely. That's exactly That's exactly. I agree. I absolutely agree. No worries. All right, hon. Thanks again. Yep. Absolutely. All right. Bye. Oh, good Lord, Oscar. Come on now. Quack away, brother. Quack away. Oh, now it's coming across the breaking news. Okay.
There's a black GMC with a tavern, McDonald's, car that was possibly involved with MSU. Central Trooper 6, we're looking at East Powell if you have any more info or need us for anything. Definitely. Thank you.
Can those RTS go over to North Ops? You guys have that? A-firm?
That's RTS 7 going. Is there any other units going just so we can know it?
Hey, Boston 1.
RTS 2, we can mobilize if you need us.
Boston 1. 347, do you want more than one RTS group to go?
Confirm DOA. HMEI, please.
They just did it.
Confirm DOA. I will pay HMEI.
There it is. They just confirmed DOA.
Tomorrow only. 8 Boston 1.
So that's 2, 7, and 9.
Boston 1, but RTF 2 switch over to North Ops and go 347 actual. Yeah, just advise the MEI that it's going to be a crime scene, so it's going to be a minute before they can come in and do their part.
Yeah, sir, absolutely.
Yep.
RTF 3.
I think that's why they're stalling the conference. The presser, they're stalling it because of this right here.
I don't see any GMCs at the top or anything. I don't see.
Looking behind me, this intersection is blocked off. You see a mass of police cruisers there. An EMS unit just rolled out of here a few moments ago. So this is scene just developed about 15 minutes or so ago. We just got wind of it about 10 minutes ago and raced over here from Sparrow Hospital. We believe that this may have something to do with, obviously, the suspect for this mass shooting at MSU. Nothing from police just yet, and this could be very well why that midnight briefing was postponed because of the developments that are happening here, right here. And I'm just hearing that one of my colleagues just confirmed with MSU PD that the suspect was found dead. That's what we suspected, what we heard.
There it is, right there, folks.
I heard it from another source as well. My colleague Jessica Dupnack just now confirming it with someone else that the suspect was found dead here near East in Lake Lansing. That's why you see all of these police cruisers here, and likely his body was in that EMS unit that just rolled out of here shortly before we came on air. Again, this scene, this development just happening. Police, from what I understand, found the suspect here, but it's clear at the moment if they found him with a self-inflicted gunshot wound or if when they confronted him, he took his own life at that point. That much is unclear.
That's what happened.
We can say with a great deal of certainty from sources
I heard
that I
it
have,
word for word.
Source what Jessica Dupnack, a colleague, what she heard, what she is confirming from someone else that the suspect in the shooting at MSU had a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That is the cause of this scene here. And he was likely in the EMS unit that just rolled out of here about 5 minutes ago. And so likely that is why that press conference at noon was postponed.
Noon?
Again, we're east in Lake Lansing, a couple of miles away from the campus. While we were at Sparrow Hospital, we saw a few police cruisers jet from that location, racing down the street, coming over here, and now we know and we can see why.
Randy,
3 people dead, 5 people injured. They are in Sparrow Hospital with serious injuries. Ruth, go ahead.
No, Randy, thank you for summing that up. Yes, it's just a terrible, dark day in mid-Michigan tonight, in Lansing. This scanner traffic that we had heard initially was something along the lines of this person may have shot himself. It's not clear tonight if that's what happened or he was shot by police. That's still unfolding, right?
I heard very clearly. I don't know why they didn't.
I'm hearing that he may have, this was a self-inflicted gunshot wound, but we don't know that for certain. We have not heard that coming from the chief of MSU PD, so we can't say with certainty how it happened, but that he was somehow shot, whether by an officer or a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He was shot some way, somehow, and we saw an EMS unit roll out of here about 5-7 minutes ago.
And I think that was coming also from scanner traffic. Randy, a lot of people had said that he was spotted on Lake Lansing Road near Larch. Police approached him, and when they did, that's when he may have taken his own life.
Exactly.
We're waiting for confirmation at 12:20. We're told that the police are going to update us with a press conference. We plan to stream it live But it seems like when you're looking at that scene behind you, it does not seem like a scene of urgency. It does seem like perhaps that is the case.
Thank you again, Miss Brandy.
And so, in light of that, and I'm glad that you pointed that out, when we first arrived here, before we got our camera up, this scene was a lot more active than what it is now. But as soon as we pulled up here, we walked up, and other crews, other members of the press walked up, you had a number of officers boogie out of here, loading up in trucks, pickups, walking away from the scene, driving off. And so, yeah, this scene not nearly as active as it was about 10 minutes ago, but there was a lot of activity about 11, 12 minutes ago. So you pointed that out, and that is something to keep in mind. As soon as we showed up and more members of the press showed up, a number of officers, they went ahead and booked out of here.
Randy, Dave Spencer here. Curious to see if the scene is concentrating in the street there. Is there a vehicle or a car that they're surrounding? Were they searching a field? Was he just walking down the street? We obviously don't know that yet, but is there a vehicle or something that they have interest in?
Walking down the road.
I could not tell. And so from what we can see right now, you can see a few officers next to, I want to say, a state police vehicle right now. That's what you saw. But there was also an EMS unit here, and I keep stressing that. And shortly after we arrived here, right before
Just a little bit
there, that EMS unit headed out of here. But I can't tell if they were focusing their concentration on a vehicle, but pretty much that spot where you see there's someone with a sheet. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but where everyone is right now, that's where most of the officers were when we showed up here. And so, but the EMS unit had drove out of here shortly before we came on air.
Randy, it's so, if this is indeed, as we say, however this unfolded, the fact that this suspect is dead is a relief to so many people just on the campus a short ways from there. I mean, there are so many people who are literally under lockdown right now who will slowly but surely find the news and find a way to breathe and find a way to gather themselves after this terrible dark night.
And that's exactly right. But then you also have to consider, after people breathe that collective sigh of relief, you have the picking up of the pieces. You have the 3 people who lives were taken. You have the 5, and then there's getting into what exactly caused this to happen. Why did this person shoot 8 people
100%
at
Red.
MSU, and getting down to the investigation and all of the fallout that will come from this situation. So a heavy sigh of relief now, but a lot more to come, needless to say.
Tears of grief and
I know what they're doing.
I understand what you're saying here, Randy. Randy Whitley for us live. We'll check.
That's why the EMS scooped and ran. They have to get him to a hospital to have a doctor call it for sure. That's what they're waiting on with this press conference, to give the final.
What this news conference is going to be about at 12:20. It's going to primarily be about 3 lives taken, 5 lives hanging in jeopardy tonight.
This is sad, guys. This is absolutely senseless. I'm so tired of seeing this shit.
The suspect who they believe is responsible for this shot, killed there just a short ways away at Lake Lansing and Larch Road.
And now, within a week, we will probably figure out what the motive was, who the person was. Well,
parents, these aunts, these uncles, these
maybe by tomorrow. I hope that these parents are.
There's a lot of grief.
Just pray for these parents and these
East Lansing Police Department.
You know, of these 8 people, these 8 kids. I'm sorry, but that's what they are. In my opinion, they're still kids. Pray for them, their families, and anybody that's involved in this, folks.
One of them seen in the distance watching
the family of the suspect, you know, and
on his shoulders.
It's just sad.
Begin to put this into some kind of perspective, because it's literally impossible to frame.
Well, you never think it's going to happen to you until it does, and then imagine it happens again twice. And you know,
on a college campus, folks.
Well, it's also a sad statement about society right now, and what is going on around us, and what happens when we send our children off to school, whether it is, you know, middle school, high school, or college, and it is a frightening.
And you know,
not only the students,
not to bring up anything that Doesn't pertain to this right now, guys, but
And it's really disturbing and sad.
it's just as bad as what happened in Idaho. You know,
We have no reason to believe he acted alone.
he used a gun. That was the difference.
It's safe to assume that this threat has been neutralized.
Good to see you, Satin.
The suspect is dead.
Thank you for that, Satin.
It's gonna leave open some doors as
It's life is worth so much more than this, guys. It really is.
Can't speak to him, but that doesn't matter at this point.
Yes. What kind of a trail, as you say, he could have left, perhaps with people that he knows on social media, whatever it is. Perhaps there's someone that he knew on campus. All of those answers have yet to come. But tonight, as you say,
It's all
just a
good,
moment
folks.
Of the depth of grief that's being felt on the campus of Michigan State
Yeah.
University. Is
I got you,
numbing
Kehlani.
at best at this hour, as people are still in shock at the fact that 3 people are dead, 5 are hurt in this shooting on the campus of Michigan State University. 8 o'clock, 9, 10, 11, we're talking 4 hours now of this scene.
And we know what happens in the coming days as well. Once we identify, or police identify rather, the suspect, then they start digging for the information. They start tracking his social media. There are always signs, and we reported that as well. Unfortunately, there are always signs that this could happen. What this individual may have left behind, that
Well,
remains to
guys,
be seen. We're waiting for more information as the East Lansing, Michigan
there it
State
is.
Police
Black and white.
get ready for to present us with the latest details on how this.
We need help
unfolded.
as a
But,
society,
right now we are
folks.
hearing
And
that
it
they were
is,
able to track
it all
people
comes
in
down
the
to
road.
mental
Their
health. It
large,
really does. I mean,
approach
you guys know
possibly unconfirmed
it's
at
been
this
said in
point.
here I don't know how many
That's when
times.
the suspect then turned the gun on himself.
This is
No, thank you,
right, and this
Satin.
is
I
an
appreciate
area
that. I
where we
do.
talk about this
I just
depth
try to
of
keep you
tragedy.
guys informed with the things
No
I
community
can
should ever be ready to receive this news.
when I can.
But it is safe to say that
If I have the
on campus of
ability to
Michigan
keep it
State
out there, then I
University,
do.
It's a safe place that students feel like they could go to and feel as though they're going to be okay. That's been taken away. That's been robbed from them. And also, more importantly, what's been robbed from this campus, what's been taken from this campus, are 3 precious lives. And
It's true too,
presumably
Mike. It
there's
is.
students that have died in this. But you think for a moment
This
about
is
a parent who sends their child off to school, to Michigan State University, and to have this happen to them at a place where they're supposed to be safe. 3.
amen to that one, Kehlani. We need way more, way more mental health help. As a society, as a community,
the depth
everywhere needs. It just needs to be there, folks. It needs to be there.
News conference at, what was it, around 11 o'clock, that they wanted to be the single source of information, which is why they're
That's a fact too, Mike.
which is probably why we're still in delay as we wait.
I agree, brother. I agree. It's a sad thing. It is a sad thing.
And it just shows just how many people, when you look at social
Because
media,
Star,
what's online,
it's sad,
so many people want
if it doesn't affect a lot of people, I'm not saying me personally, but if it doesn't affect us, most people turn and walk away. If it's not affecting our life directly, most people will just turn and walk away. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to bother with it. You know what I'm saying?
This is Michigan State University's first.
It's insane.
I don't know for sure.
And all it takes is a minute
that
to care for something, to care for someone, guys. A second and a thought, to show an emotion, to care for a person. That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
The state had this first time happening in Oxford.
And you never know, that 1 minute to talk to that one person could have prevented all of this.
Students, parents.
Maybe this person didn't have people to go to, didn't know who to go to because of what was going on up here, and couldn't handle it. You know what I'm saying?
And we know.
I don't want to say that. I don't want to think that something like this was just a random scenario. There's something that had to trigger it.
It's hard to say to you as a parent. I think Dave and Taryn pointed this out to me.
And now there's 3 for a fact, 3 families that are completely ruined forever.
As Taryn pointed out, hug your babies, hug your
I
kids.
said that to Dina. I'm sure she wants to, but she
But
had to fight off her urges.
She had to fight off her urge. But the thing is, right now, that law enforcement, this is a crime scene.
It doesn't sound weird, bro. I get it. I get it. Because it's one thing you don't have to think and worry about, outside of yourself, dude. I get it. It's not selfish.
kind of being sheltered in place.
You
Keep in mind,
can't.
You haven't heard from your young person yet.
You don't have to protect a child if you don't have one, and you don't have to be afraid for that child if you don't have one. I get that. That's not selfish in any way, shape, or form.
They're not able to get a hold of you right now because of the number of people who are on their cell phones in that room. So I know we had some employees or friends and family here at Fox 2 trying to get a hold of their family members, their sons and daughters on campus, and they weren't able to at first, and it's concerning and upsetting. But at this point, we do know that it seems as though the person who's responsible for doing this is dad,
right?
And that is the only light piece of solace in this.
Most of us feel that way, bro.
And I don't think that opens
it
up,
comes.
this news
It just
opens up the campus at all. In terms of
for
you
me,
can now
it just happened when it happened. I just realized who I was, and I just. Kids don't come with instructions, okay?
Clearly he had to get from
You learn
places to
from what you have, and you learn. I kind of think. I feel like when I know this sounds corny in a way, but I feel like when God gives you that child, He kind of gives you a little bit more
Press conference is
intellect to deal with that. All right, here we go.
Do we have that live? Well, here we go. We have them walking. Let's take this live.
We're going to go ahead and get started. Good afternoon or good evening, excuse me. I'm Marlon Lynch, Vice President for Public Safety, Chief of Police here at Michigan State University. Tragic series of events that occurred here this evening. We've had a tremendous amount of support from our community, to include our law enforcement partners who are here with me at the moment as well. Standing at the far right, we have Ingham County Prosecutor John Duane. Next to him, we have Sheriff Scott Wigglesworth, Special Agent in charge of FBI, Jim Taraska, and you've already met Deputy Chief Chris Rosman. Wanted to thank you for coming to share us as we update our community in regards to tonight's events. We will get directly to the most recent update with that, and then we'll have comment and questions.
Thank you, Chief. Again, Chris Rosman, Deputy Chief with Michigan State University Police and Public Safety. So we start tonight by sharing an important update. And that update is the suspect in this incident was located outside of the MSU campus. And it does appear that that suspect has died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. It is confirmed that he is deceased. This truly has been a nightmare that we are living tonight, but we have remained laser focused on the safety of our campus, our students, and the surrounding community. We are relieved to no longer have an active threat on campus, while we realize that there is so much healing that will need to take place after this. Again, to reiterate the update, there is no longer a threat to campus. We believe there to only be one shooter in this incident, and there is no longer a need to shelter in place on campus. There is no longer a threat on campus. We are sad to report that there have been 3 confirmed fatalities. This is in addition to the 5 victims who were injured and transported to the hospital. Some of those 5 victims still have life-threatening injuries. Out of respect for the families, and while we continue our active investigation, we cannot confirm any personal information about any of the victims at this time. Again, we want to reiterate to everybody that we know there is a lot of information that's being shared on social media and being said on the scanner. Please continue to get your information from us. We are committed to sharing timely and transparent information. Our hearts are with those who have been affected by this senseless act of violence. Giving an update like this is never easy, As a father, I can only imagine how parents are feeling right now. This will be the beginning of a long healing process for everyone who has been affected. That is the initial information that we're able to share at this point. I'll conclude by saying again that this is still a fluid situation. There are several different crime scenes that we are processing with our state and federal partners. And there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Special Agent in Charge, James Taraska from the FBI.
Good evening. I'm Jim Taraska, Special Agent in Charge of the FBI in Michigan. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and the entire community. I'd like to thank Chief Lynch for your leadership tonight and your partnership. This evening, FBI agents and our response teams joined our law enforcement partners to assist in investigating this horrific incident. We will continue to investigate until we are sure no further threat is posed to the public, which at this point, we're pretty clear it's not. Additionally, we will provide victim services to all students impacted by this incident. We're asking the public, in addition to the other numbers provided to call in for information, we have the 1-800 call FBI number. Please feel free to use that. Call in any tips. This is an ongoing investigation. We'll continue investigating throughout the night and
like countless investigators from not only the MSU, Police and Public Safety, but our local, county, state, and federal partners assisting us with this investigation. And there still is a lot to do. I'm going to provide another 800 number and email address for anybody that may have any information that will help our investigators as we put the pieces together.
Come on.
And our tip line is tips them. Our investigators will continue to work tonight and around the clock to process the crime scenes and start to put the pieces together to try to understand what happened here tonight. At this time, we will open it up for a couple questions. I just want to say, please understand that we are sharing information as quick as we can. There's a lot that we don't know
there was
at this
8
point.
total.
This is still dynamic. It's still fluid, and we will do our best to answer your questions. I'll start right here in the front.
Is the suspect a faculty member, a student? What can you tell us about him?
So we are unsure of any affiliation that the suspect had to the university. Our investigators and officers are still working to determine his identity. Once his identity is determined, we will then look to what connection he may have had to our community here. But at this time, that's still part of our investigation.
Just to follow up along the same lines, are the victims in this instance students?
So we continue to work to identify the victims in this case out of respect for their families. As we work through the process, we are not going to identify or confirm if any of the victims at this point are MSU students. That is something that we are quickly working to determine, and that will be a priority for us. In the back.
Can you describe if they're men or women for the victims?
I actually don't have that information. All we can confirm at this point is 3 fatalities at the scene on campus, and 5 victims that were transported. That is all the information that we have. However, we will work to determine the specific identity of those victims and their affiliation to campus, if any. Over here.
Were the shootings limited to the Union and Berkeley? And then also, there were reports that the suspect was found with a backpack with magazines and another gun. I'm just looking to see if that's the case.
So the first question was the location of the shootings. We can confirm that the first shooting occurred at Berkey Hall, and the second subsequent shooting occurred at the MSU Union, which is adjacent to Berkey Hall. Victims were located at both of those locations. There were no other scenes, or a shooting did not take place at any other location.
You all are welcome. That's what I'm here for, folks.
There were additional shooting
what I'm
scenes,
here for.
and that is not true. The question about what the suspect had in his possession when he was contacted, I cannot confirm that right now. We did release some pictures of the suspect. I cannot confirm if he will.
I thank you
was
all for
possessing
that.
a bag at that time. Over here.
Do we know what type of gun was used?
We do not at this point. We do not have that information. That will be part of this investigation in terms of what type of weapon was used. We do not have that information at this time. Our investigators are working. That's part of the investigation that we're putting the pieces together right now.
Thank you, Sunshine. I appreciate you.
Go over here.
Very much so.
About what the motive was for this?
We have absolutely no information.
How would
right
we
now
know? How would they know
is.
that, lady?
I can't
Come
even
on.
begin to imagine what that motive would be. That will obviously be part of our investigation. I know that that is going to be a question that lingers on everybody's mind. We will do our best to determine that, but at this time we have no idea. Great.
How many law enforcement officers, agents,
No worries, Star. No worries.
this entire team?
The initial response to the initial shooting was overwhelming. Every one of our law enforcement partners in Ingham County responded to the scene, and additional counties in this area showed up along with our federal partners. I'm comfortable saying in the hundreds. We had hundreds of law enforcement officers from university, local, county, state, and federal. From the mid-Michigan
I will say
area
one thing:
that
as quick as this went
on
down,
campus today,
police response to this was
to resolve this incident
absolutely
and secure our campus.
Amazing.
In the back
I mean, I never seen anything like that, guys. They were boom, boom, boom. I mean, that was.
I don't have that information right now.
Insanely
My
good.
understanding is that
Absolutely amazing. I am super impressed
and
with that.
Has been briefed on this incident, and I can only imagine what she's feeling at this point. Our focus up to this point has really been on the safety of our campus and the public safety operations at hand. And we have briefed only our president, but our executive leadership team every step of the way. In addition to that, we activated our emergency operations center and put our plans in place that we have planned for an incident similar to this. We initiated those plans, and part of the reason that it was as smooth on our end as it was in this tragic situation was because of the pre-planning, the emergency plans, and the training that we do countywide for responding to.
They were amazing, folks, and I mean amazing.
In the back, great.
They responded within like minutes, folks. Not even.
Sure. The question was how many victims were at each shooting scene. I unfortunately do not have that information. Out of an abundance of transparency, I can share that 2 of the fatalities were at Berkey Hall and 1 was at the MSU Union. The other 5 victims, I don't have the specific locations where they were. We also don't have specific information on how many students or people were in those buildings when the shooting occurred. I do know that there were students in those buildings. I don't have a specific number. I want to commend the students and our community on how they reacted when we sent out our emergency messaging, instructing people to shelter in place, to run, hide, fight. our community listened, and that's why a lot of folks in those buildings were able to escape, is because of following our instructions. We go over here in the back.
You talked a lot about the collaboration, the massive response. What led you to this guy? How did you find him?
So I actually don't have that information right now. The update that we provided about the contact that we had with the suspect off campus was very fluid and dynamic and occurred right before coming in here today. So unfortunately, I don't have that information on what led us to his location. He was contacted by law enforcement. He was contacted by law enforcement off campus. I cannot confirm that location right now. That scene is also being treated as a crime scene and is being investigated.
It's right there on the screen, folks.
We may have additional information to share relating to that in the future. I'll tell you what, over here, go ahead.
The 5 victims, are all of them still in critical condition? Are some in stable condition? What's the range of their?
You're right. Got you, Red.
So we do not have a current update on the 5 victims that are at the hospital. I am aware that they experienced life-threatening injuries. We hope to have an update from the hospital, and I think at future briefings, we will have a representative from the hospital here that may be able to share additional information as well. Sir.
Yeah, thank you. The shooting victims in Berkeley, were they all in one location, such as a particular classroom?
So I don't have that information right now. That will be part of our investigation in terms of where the victims were located within the building. We don't have that information available to us right now. Right here.
Are there plans to close campus beyond the 48 hours?
So at this point, we are declaring that campus will be closed for 48 hours. That is the current status right now. That is subject to change as we evaluate our response to this incident, keeping the victims and the students of our community who have been impacted by this tragedy at the forefront. If we need to extend that we will, and the appropriate conversations are occurring to make those determinations right now. Sir.
Can you confirm that the suspect in the photos is the same person that was found dead?
I can confirm that the photograph that we pushed out.
I'm watching and listening, guys. I got
transparent
you.
Information sharing is the same suspect that was found deceased. Yes. Sir.
Just so I'm clear, can parents come to the campus now to pick up their students, and can students leave?
Yes, so we have lifted the shelter in place. That communication was sent out during this conference. Students are free to leave and go about their business if they.
And I love you guys all back. Each and every one of you guys.
Any student that
you guys know
experienced any part of this incident,
well, I'm still
that
sitting
may be
here.
a witness to contact us. We have
Sleeping
already been
with
in
my
touch
eyes
with
open,
several
folks.
of them, but if there are any students that witnessed any of the tragedy that occurred tonight, we would refer them to our tip line and email. We would like to have an investigator speak with them to understand what their experience was during this tragic incident. In the back.
To your knowledge, was there anybody that confronted the shooter either at Berkeley or the student in the building?
We do not have any information on whether
I
anybody
wish, Mike,
confronted
I
the
wish.
shooter at either one of those buildings, one way or
Maybe
the other.
20 years ago, not no
Part of the
more.
investigation, we will look at the sequence of events and what occurred at each building. And that's why we encourage any students or witnesses to come forward to help us piece the sequence of events together. Go ahead.
Were any campus threats reported in the last few days or on social media? And then how did police find the suspect? Did he shoot himself prior to police interaction?
So we have not received any threats to campus in the last several days.
Okay, folks, this is what, those of you that didn't catch it all, the guy was walking down the sidewalk over here, okay, behind these cops. All right. The cops came down the road, saw him walking, and stopped. As you see, most of them are here. They got out of the car. and they started to approach him. As they did that, he pulled out a handgun and unalived himself. Self-inflicted. Dropped. They approached him then, cleared the gun, and started doing CPR to save his life as they called for a bus or an ambulance. They worked him the entire time till the ambulance got there. They called it. There was no pulse the whole time because he was instantly gone. When the ambulance got there, they continued to work him as they loaded him into the ambulance and rushed him to the hospital because a doctor has to call it final and sign off on it. And that's where they went. That's how this all happened. They were driving down the road and encountered him walking. Jean jacket, backpack, red shoes, hat. And as they were doing CPR, the other officer was clearing the bag where they found other guns and multiple magazines in the backpack. That's how this happened. At the end of this, I should say. Of course they are, Red.
So we'll take one more question, and we are going to do another update at 1:30.
Oh, okay, Popper.
Less than an hour from now. Go ahead.
I know the scene with the shooter is still ongoing. You just found out.
So be it, brother. So be it, Mike.
Off-campus apartment and was in a car. What was the location in which you found the suspect?
Can you share
So
the
we're not gonna share any
741,
information right now
741
about that
health tip?
specific location where that occurred. I can assure you that it was.
I don't even have that, Dover Mom, right? I mean, one of my mods probably does, but I don't have that.
Because that scene is still active as well, we're not going to disclose that particular location right now.
Instantaneously,
Again,
yes, Star. Because he knew it was going to happen to him.
Go ahead. I'm going to turn back over to the Vice President.
I just wanted to
Sadly.
end it with this particular comment. We can't describe and appreciate the response that we have from our partners in our community. The number of police officers, emergency medical service, fire departments that showed up literally within minutes.
I didn't hear that. If it was spoken out, Dover Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't even hear it.
If you
My
were on
apologies.
campus at the time, you saw it with that. They're still there, still in buildings. It's a very methodical process.
It's all
We
good,
have
brother.
the numbers to do it.
We always got
And
tomorrow.
it's only because of the relationships that we have here locally.
Once this
and the
conference is
ability to
shut,
train
once they shut down this press
partner
conference, guys, I'll end this.
And communication.
And I got to go to sleep. That way I
It's
can
a
be here with you
situation
guys
that
in the
when
morning
one
because I'm
department
exhausted.
receives the call, everybody does with that. We're extremely grateful for our
Yeah,
relationships.
I'm going to bed
It would
myself,
not
my
have
dear. As soon as they end this,
thorough
it's over, folks.
And as expedient and efficient. that it
Appreciate
has
you guys
been
being in here.
Without those
For
partners,
long-
as well as our community for being responsive.
What we
to the
do,
messaging
folks, is what
that
I
was sent
do.
to them this evening.
I
Thank
give you what
and
I
we'll see
can,
you
when I
later.
can, how I can. Absolutely, Red.
Okay, so that update from
Absolutely.
police
It needs
at
to happen.
Michigan State, we now know a little bit more about
It needs to
the
happen exactly
3
that way.
victims who we know have died in these shootings that happened at Michigan State University this evening. That initial report coming in at 8:18 p.m. We also know that the suspect has died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The details surrounding exactly at what point that happened, at what point when police approached him, that is still unclear. There's still a lot of details that are a part of this investigation that we are not getting at this very moment from police. But out of respect for the families, we heard Deputy Chief Chris
Exactly,
Rosman
Moon,
talk
exactly.
about how they're not going to say much about the victims right now. They won't confirm if they are students or the age range, and they also did not confirm the range of conditions.
No, guys,
either. We
it's
just know
about
that
big
at least some of them
pharma,
are in
okay?
life-threatening
It's
condition.
easier
We
to
also know that of
medicate
the
people
3 victims
than put them
that were
into
killed in
mental
this, 2 of
institutions,
them
and then the people
were
don't
found
take the
at
medication
Berkey
half the
Hall,
time.
where that first
But as
call
long as
came
they're
in
buying
to
the
police,
medication,
and that another
big pharma is
fatality
getting their
was someone who was found at the
money
MSU
through insurance
Union,
companies.
which is
That's all that counts,
adjacent
guys.
to
That's all that
Berkey
matters.
Hall.
what it's all about
No
right
other
now.
information though on the other 5
It's
victims
this
and where they were
jackass big
exactly
pharmacy
found.
bullshit.
Police
Okay,
also saying
that's
that
where it's
they
at. It's
can't say
all
much about what
about
type of weapon
money.
it is at this time. That's
Nobody
still part
cares
of the
about people
investigation, and that there
anymore.
has been
Nobody,
an overwhelming
except for
response from
the
law
little 2
enforcement
handfuls of us in
helping
here
them in responding
and
to
around
this
us. That's
breaking
it,
news
guys. We can say it till we're
situation
blue in
this
the
evening,
face.
saying hundreds of members of law enforcement,
Doesn't make
both
sense.
local and county and even federal law enforcement
It is.
agents
It's
coming in to
all about the
assist
damn
with
money.
trying to locate that
Nothing
suspect
more,
and
nothing
responding
less.
to this breaking news scene this evening. Also, that in Ingham County, it was an all hands on deck situation. They had so many people coming in right when those initial
That too,
calls were
Red.
coming in of an active shooter. And they do
Thank you,
expect
Boone.
to hopefully be able to give us an update on the victim's conditions from a hospital rep at a future
What's up, Rowdy?
time. Police also saying there are no threats before
That's
this, to
a
their
fact,
knowledge,
Boone.
from
That's a
this
fact.
suspect.
Sadly,
They
but
also
that's a
don't have
fact.
much information about who the suspect is, if they are affiliated with the university, if they were a student there. Those are also some of the details that they are still in the process of sorting out. Police also saying
You are
that we
absolutely
will
right,
be
Red.
getting an update here again at 1:30 Eastern time. And thank you again for being with us on this very sad night. I'm Lexi Petrovich here on Live Now from Fox. So that is the most recent news that we are getting from police at Michigan State University. 3 dead, 5 other victims, at least right now, and that the suspect is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We are going to take a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
And you ain't gonna see me, sweetheart, because I'm out. I'm done.
This small
I
thing
am
is the next
done.
big thing in diabetes. It shows your glucose.
I told you guys I
Predicts
would
where it's
hang
headed.
until they got him, and they did. Thank God they got him. It's sad that it had to end the way it did on all aspects, folks. It's sad. It's senseless, and it didn't need to happen, but it did. And now we must move on and pray and keep the families of the victims in our thoughts unendingly. Okay, I appreciate you guys being here tonight with me initially for the episode 3 of my new series, and it sadly turned into this, but I'm not going to not report this to you guys if it's going on, and I can do that, and you guys are in here with me. I'm going to give you everything I can, any way I can, for as long as I need to get you guys what you need to have. So I appreciate you guys appreciating me very much so. As I say every day, I love you guys to death. You guys are amazing, and always will be. You guys are my family. Much love to each and every one of you guys. Those of you that can do it, please get some sleep, and I will see you guys bright and kind of early tomorrow afternoon. Early morning, late morning, early afternoon. Sorry, guys. 11:30 a.m. For the daily True Crime Cafe. It was a long day, folks, but we spent it together in every way that we do. And you guys are amazing. Miss Brandy, thank you so much. The rest of you moderators, thank you so much. Each and every one of you guys that was in here tonight, thank you so much. Anybody that may have donated to the Cash App, PayPal, or the Venmo, I do appreciate you more than you guys can even imagine. Thank you so much for that. Miss Gina, all you guys that were here, again, have an amazing rest of your night. Get some sleep, and we will talk tomorrow morning, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Do not change who you are, because you are the beautiful people, and I will see you all soon. Have a great one, folks. Bye-bye.